journals in plant systematics. With this brief introduction of the speaker, I invite Dr. Karthikeyan to present his talk on which is I think on angiosperm diversity of Mahatma Gandhi Marine National Park, South Andaman. So now over to you, Dr. Karthikeyan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind introduction, sir.
Please go ahead, Dr. Karthikeyan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
slides are visible.
It is visible.
You can make it full screen, Dr. Karthikeyan.
Yeah. Now is it full screen?
Not yet.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
slides are visible.
It is visible. इसमें आगे निकलवा देना भैया.
Yeah, you can make it full screen, Dr. Karthikeyan.
Yeah.
WhatsApp पे है.
Down below there is an icon.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Now is it full screen?
Not yet.
The slide is showing. First page of the slide is showing in the screen.
But it's not full screen.
Please enlarge if it is possible. Otherwise, it is visible.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
The
slides
slide
are
is
visible.
visible. It is visible. Please go ahead. Please
Yeah,
go ahead.
you can make it full screen, Dr. Karthikeyan.
Yeah.
WhatsApp पे है.
Down below there is
Is
an
it
icon.
full screen now?
Yeah.
Now is it full screen?
No, it's
It is
not yet. But yeah.
In the slide, it is slide is showing. First page of the slide is showing.
Double click you did. You are
In the
selected correctly
screen.
only. You please double click it.
But it's not full screen.
Please enlarge if it is possible. Otherwise, it is visible.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
The
slides
slide
are
is
visible.
visible. It is visible. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
You
Yeah,
can
now
make
it
it
is full
full
screen.
screen, Dr. Karthikeyan.
Yeah.
WhatsApp पे है.
Down below there is an
Is it
Dr.
Yes, sir.
Dr.
full screen now?
Karthikeyan.
Yeah.
Now is it full screen?
No,
No, it's
It is
not
not
yet. But
In
yeah.
the slides, go
you
ahead.
are
Is showing.
selected.
First
You
page
have
of the
to
slide is
double
showing.
click you did.
Four
You are
slides
selected
are
correctly
green.
only. You please
Okay.
double click it.
So good
But it's
morning.
not
Good
full
morning
screen.
to all the
Please
participants, honorable chair and co-chair, and all my colleagues. Today I am going to present a brief presentation on the diversity of angiosperms of Mahatma Gandhi Marine National Park. It is a marine national park, one among the marine national park in Andamans. There are two marine national parks in Andamans. One is Rani Jhansi Marine National Park. The other one is Mahatma Gandhi Marine National Park. So why did I took this study? Because this study is really very interesting, because to study biogeography of islands is really very interesting, because islands are known as natural laboratories, because they have their own system of plants, ecosystem. They have several evolutionary background, and to study the plants available in islands will be really interesting to understand the evolutionary background of those islands, and how the plants are the presentation of the flora among islands is really a very interesting phenomena. So this study is taken because islands are really very important, because to study island diversity, it gives us an idea of what the flora is really about, in what way these flora is important to be conserved, in why it has to be conserved, what are all the diversity, what is the population. So island flora is really very rich in diversity, especially endemic plants. Number of endemic plants will be very high, and it will be the distribution pattern will be very unique, and most of the island population will be dependent on the flora of the island. So the plant resources exploitation will be more among the island population, because they don't have any other resource to exploit. So the island flora will be actually facing more stress and threat because of too much of exploitation also. So these kind of threats makes the island flora, the rate of extinction in island flora is really very high. And one more thing is invasion of alien species. As we all know, the alien species actually invades like anything. It spreads very fastly. And because of this fast spreading invasive species, many places we can see the natural flora slowly gets disturbed, and it is dominated and covered, overpowered by the alien invasive species. The other thing is natural catastrophes, especially in case of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Tsunami, as you all know, it completely devastated many of the coastal places, mangroves of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So I'll show a little, a few introduction about the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and then I will go to the study area. So Andaman and Nicobar Islands are one of the island groups of India, other than the Lakshadweep group of islands. It is situated in the Bay of.
Dr. Karthikeyan,
Yes,
listen
sir.
please. Your slides are not moving. Just first slide is appearing in the screen.
Okay.
Karthikeyan, you
Yes,
have to
sir.
move it, yeah. Left hand side, yeah, right.
Is it
Right.
now moving?
Okay. Go ahead. Please go
Is it
ahead.
moving now?
Now
Okay.
only.
Okay.
Yes, you have to use that left hand side slide, you have to click for moving.
Okay. So the Andaman and the Nicobar Islands are situated in the Bay of Bengal, and the both group of islands, Andaman Islands and the Nicobar Islands, group of islands, are separated by a deep sea trench called the 10-degree channel. So the floristically also, the Andaman group of islands and Nicobar group of islands are little different. The species which are very common in the Andaman group of islands are completely not available in the Nicobar group. As in similar way, some of the species which are very common in the Nicobar Islands are completely absent in the Andaman group of islands. So geographical profile of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. So it is situated in the Bay of Bengal, and it receives a very heavy rainfall, and the coastline is 1,962 kilometers. There are 572 islands, out of which only 24 islands of Andaman group are inhabited, and the 13 group of the Nicobar group are inhabited. There is one active volcano that is of special interest in Andaman and Nicobar Island. That is Barren Island. It is the only active volcano. The forests of the islands are classified as mangrove, littoral, evergreen, deciduous, semi-deciduous forests. Champion and Seth made a detailed classification, especially based on the forest uh, uh, types in Andaman, called giant evergreen forests, which are very common in the Nicobar group, Andaman tropical evergreen forest, southern hilltop evergreen forest, which are found only in few spots in the uh, Kalpong, Saddle Peak, and Mount Ford. Cane brakes, wet bamboo brakes, semi-evergreen forest, moist deciduous forest, secondary moist deciduous forest, littoral forest, tidal swamp forest, and sub-mountain hill swamp forest. The recent classification by Balakrishnan was a little bit very easy to understand. So they classified it in two different groups. One is littoral and one is inland. Littoral vegetation is further divided into submerged vegetation, which comprises of the algae and sea grasses, mangrove vegetation, the strand vegetation, which along the coastline what we can see, and the tidal and swamp forests. The inland vegetation is further divided into evergreen, deciduous, grasslands, and hydrophytic vegetation. So the forest cover of Andaman and Nicobar Islands is comparatively very good when compared with the mainland. Almost 85% of the forest is the islands are covered with forests, and the approximate number of angiosperms present in the islands are 2,500, with almost 10% of the endemic angiosperms are endemic to the islands. The protected areas, there are 9 national parks, 96 wildlife sanctuaries, 1 biosphere reserve, which covers an area of almost 13 to 14% of the forest area of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Earlier, it started from the Kidd's time, Robert Kidd's time, who started collecting specimens from the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, along with the study of other geological aspects. Then later, Mr. Helfer came, he started collecting, and he collected from North Andamans as well as in Tenasserim in Burma, and then Mowat, Playfair, Man, Paris, persons to be mentioned who did more contribution are Dr. Kurz, King, Brain, Gamble, and Parkinson. Parkinson published a book called Forest Flora of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, which is really a very good work, and still we used to consult that work for any for clarification. After independence, it was almost mostly by our Botanical Survey of India scientists, Dr. K. Thotatri, Srinivasan, Dr. N. P. Balakrishnan, Dr. M. K. Vasudeva Rao, and Ellis made several explorations and collected specimens from the Andaman and Nicobar group of islands, and they published several novelties. Out of this, this is a list of the national parks. There are 9 national parks, as I said, and the yellow highlighted are the marine national parks. Both are in South Andaman area islands only. Mahatma Gandhi Marine National Park is the largest marine national park, which covers an area of 281 square kilometers. So this is the entrance view of the national park. It is situated in Bandur, from which the tourists are allowed to enter, and the national park is established in 1983 with 15 islands, which covers the area of 281 square kilometers. So, especially in the national park, Kurz, Rogers, Parkinson, Balakrishnan, Vasudeva Rao, they did a lot of floristic studies. Later, Nair, Goel, Ellis, they did some collections from Rutland and other surrounding areas. Mr. Balachandran, who is now presently working in the French Institute, he studied the floristics and the ecology of some islands. Mal and Roy studied mangrove ecology. Later, Ali studied the effect of herbivores in the islands, because many of the islands are now facing the threat of herbivory, because many of the islands, they have been occupied by the spotted deer, which is creating a lot of disturbance to the natural ecosystem, because they affect the regeneration because of the herbivory. So the study what I carried out during my tenure as a research scholar in Botanical Survey of India, Andaman and Nicobar Circle, was to document the floristic diversity of Mahatma Gandhi Marine National Park, and to assess the diversity pattern among the individual islands, and to analyze the phytogeographical affinity to the flora of the adjacent places, in what way the plants are useful to the humans, the native settlers, what are the factors which affect the vegetation, and to suggest methods for conservation. So the study was taken in between 2001 to 2007, with several field trips and field days, and so many field collections. And in Andaman and Nicobar Islands, actually, what we do in mainland is mostly the dry preservation method. But what we follow in Andaman, because it will be continuously raining there, and you will not be able to have time and sunlight to dry your blotting papers or any other papers which are used for drying the specimens. So what we do is we follow the wet preservation method, where we bundle the specimens and uh, treat it with alcohol and formaldehyde and acetic acid, and we tie it within a plastic sheet, so that the chemical is not evaporated and it retains the specimens intact without any fungal infection. So this is the map of the study area. Uh, so there are 15 islands. Alexandra is one of the largest islands. The biggest island is Rutland, which is 13,917 hectares, with the largest of the group of islands, and only a part of the island comes under the jurisdiction of this Mahatma Gandhi Marine National Park. So some of the photographs showing the different islands and areas of the study area, the Mahatma Gandhi Marine National Park. So this is Jolly Boy Island, and the Jolly Boy Island and Redskin Island are the two islands which are normally given permission for the tourists to go and visit. The other islands are completely strictly not permitted for the tourist visits. The Belgi Island, Malay Island are small islands, but which also have a very beautiful vegetation and good diversity. Twin Island, which is one of the extreme interior, situated in the middle of the sea. To go and access the islands was really a tough job, because we used to go travel in a small fisherman donkey, and that was inside almost the middle of the sea. We have to go in that very harsh weather. We used to go and collect specimens from those places. So this is a schematic representation of the vegetation. So the vegetation of our this study area is can be categorized into three. One is the plantation and cultivated plants, because in many of the borders, as well as in part of the Rutland Island, plantation cultivation is also there. Other than that, the littoral and inland vegetation contains three different categories of types of vegetation. One is evergreen, one is deciduous, and aquatic vegetation, which is hydrophytic. The littoral vegetation comprises the submerged vegetation, which are the sea grasses, mangrove vegetation, strand vegetation, and tidal and swamp forests. So some of the photographs showing types of vegetation in the study area. These photos, some of the photos are, the first one is from Vandoor. Second is also from Vandoor. The third is a group of sea grasses, Enhalus, from Rutland. Manilkara littoralis, this last photograph, Manilkara littoralis, is very famous, and it is an endemic tree. It is very common in the Andaman group of islands, but you will not be able to see it in the Nicobar group. This plant is also called as Andaman bulletwood tree. The origin of this name is really very interesting, because this plant is a very good timber plant, and that is endemic to the islands, and very common along the coastal area. So what happens is, these plants were targeted continuously by the poachers. The dominant families, this is Codonacanthus sanjape. Unfortunately, this is what the only photograph which my own photograph what I got, because that time when we were research scholars, we used to have only the film roll cameras, and taking photographs with film roll was really difficult, and economically also we had to count every single snaps to utilize the photograph film rolls. So now I could see so many beautiful, nice digital photographs of the same species. This is Peristylis balakrishnani, a ground orchid. A photograph of Peristylis balakrishnani, and this is Habenaria ostmastroni. This species is again restricted only to the vegetation, especially in this member herb belonging to the family Goodeniaceae, and this is also the first genus report for the flora of India. This Goodenia was reported, the genus Goodenia was reported first time for flora of India in from the Andaman Nicobar Island. Ginnolova helferi, Bulbophyllum serrat, Malaysian region, and Sciaphila secundiflora, a very beautiful looking tiny plant, which is a very interesting plant, because sometimes you will not be able to identify it as a plant. To recognize it in the field will be very difficult, because that is so minute and the color is completely different from the other plants. I'll show you the photograph also. See, this is Bulbophyllum serratotrancatum, and this is the new genus report to India, Goodenia Koningsbergeri. So, yes, Raminius. This Limnocharis flava has become an obnoxious weed, like what we find here, the Iconia crassipus. The same way, it has started engulfing so many wetland area of the Andaman Islands. And I have published an article on this obnoxious weed and current science also. Several species were rediscovered, especially to say the Endocomia macrocoma subspecies praini or in the adjacent Burma area. So our collection made it clear that the Andaman Islands also have the presence of this tiny looking curious orchid. So I'll show you the photograph also. These are the rediscoveries. This is Hypoestis tota tree, an acanthaceae herb, Habenaria andamanica, Tiniophilum filiforme. That is a very, very tiny orchid collected after 140 years. The flora, the phytogeography of the Indian flora. Other than that, most of the flora, majority of the flora. So earlier there were different reports regarding the endemic flora of the islands, and during our study we also studied the endemic flora of these islands as well as the whole for the study area as well as the whole islands. And we could arrive to a number of 266, which is now again after so many publications of new additions and new species, the number is now little increased. Percentage of endemic taxa in the study area is really very high, because these are islands within the islands. So the ionism is comparatively very rich, and I could identify 85 endemic taxa, which is 32% of the total flora of the study area. So many endemic taxa are, we could assess the threats also, we could categorize 11 species as critically in Pterocarpus dalbergioides, which is very famous, timber, which is commonly called as padak, Delinia andamanica, the only Delinia species in Andaman which is endemic to the islands, Lagerstromia hypoluca. And coming to the diversity within the islands of the national park, as there is a universal law, see, the area increases, the diversity increases. That was very logically, it was very comparatively right to the island flora of this study area, because the size of the islands directly had impact on the number of species. And in larger islands, we could find, or we could document more number of species when compared with smaller islands which had really very less diversity of flora. So this is a graph showing the islands area and the number of taxa available in these islands. You could see the area and the number of taxa, how it rises in the graph. The Rutland Island, which is the largest island, had the maximum diversity of species. And regarding the resources, what the community use, the plant resources, what the community use, many of the plants are used as edible. Many wild edible fruits, wild edible crops, wild edible greens they use. Some of the plants are used for fire. They cut the adjacent trees. So that tourism activity has to be controlled, at least inside the national park, that has to be restricted. Sand mining, because in islands there is no other alternative other than using the sea sand for construction of buildings. So sand mining also poses the biggest threat, because continuous mining of sand creates the imbalance along the coast, and many of the coastal plants gets uprooted during torrential rain and wind, it has to be controlled. Invasive and exotic species, that has become a big problem now. Mycenia cordata, Chromalina odorata, so many such species. Even lantana camera has invaded many of the restricted islands, which are actually inaccessible to the humans. That also has been accessed by these plants and invaded by these plants, and now it is dominating the native flora. Timber extraction, now it has been heavily controlled, but still illegal poaching is happening, and so many of the interior islands are cleared for agriculture and human habitation. So many developmental activities, construction of so many new harbors, jetties for boats, and it is having a considerable effect on the vegetation of the coastal vegetation of the islands. Earthquakes and tsunami, though this is a rare phenomenon in the islands, it is one of the most dangerous and very frequently happening, because when we also during the tsunami of 2005, we also were staying there, and we could see the uh, effect of the tsunami, which has completely damaged so much of the coastal vegetation of the islands. So I am showing some of the photographs of what I was explaining in the previous slide, the effect of herbivory. You can see completely the ground vegetation has become barren. And along with that, the tourism activities, you can see so many people camping and making campfire. And the uprooted trees are mostly because of the illegal sand mining, which has made the coast imbalance, and the trees without enough soil support, it starts falling, uprooting. So introduction of exotic species like Antigonon, Mycenia cordata, Chromalina odorata. Now it is slowly dominating and acquiring the space of the native flora. So mangroves in many places are cut. They are taken for firewood, and you can see a photograph of how many logs, wooden logs are actually, these logs are seized by the forest department from the poachers, but it also shows how devastating the scene is. So many of the trees were cut and poached every year. So the tsunami effect, you can see how the mangroves to some greater extent got damaged, and many have got dried up because of the excess water. So coming to the summary, out of the 2,500 species of plants reported from the Andaman and Nicobar group of islands, I could almost collect more than 45% of the flora, that is 1,010 species, which also comprises 9 new species, 4 new reports to India, 7 new reports to the islands, 10 rediscoveries. And out of the 1,010 species, 85 species of the plants are endemic, and 45 species were red listed. Some of the suggestions for conservation of the flora, as I already told, tourism has to be controlled. We cannot say that tourism should be completely avoided, but protected areas should be avoided for giving access, from giving the permission to the tourist people. And the extraction of illegal timber poaching and the extraction of wild resources, sand mining, should be completely banned. Mangrove felling in fire for fuel wood in many places has become very common in the islands, because many people think that mangroves are not of very significant importance, because those people actually many people think that mangroves are not that much important. That attitude should change, and the forest department already they have made stringent laws, but it has to be monitored that mangrove in any places, because that is the important bioshield for the islands to protect them from any sea flux, the high tides and the tsunami or whatever it is. So mangrove bioshield has to be more stronger. It has to be replanted in places where it is disrupted, and felling of mangrove trees should be completely avoided. Human habitations, so that is unavoidable, but they should be restricted from encroaching the protected areas. Herbivorous, that is the spotted deer, it has become a serious issue, and that has to be shifted to some of the other places from the protected area. Those herbivores should be completely shifted to some other place. And the coastline is actually very much exposed. Anybody can come coastal, the coral reefs, flora, fauna can be easily damaged. So continuous patrolling is very much essential to protect the flora. Biodiversity awareness campaigning should be very frequently held with the local settlers so that they also understand the wealth they have, and the should be able for their future. So based on the study what I carried out during my tenure as a research fellow, I published a book. This is the book which is available in Botanical Survey of India, Angiosperm Diversity of Mahatma Gandhi Marine National Park. So without the support of these people, this work would not have been possible. So I should acknowledge my professor and guide, Dr. Livingston, my professor and guru, Dr. Narasimhan, my professor Dayanandan, Dr. Mao, my director of BSI, Dr. Sanjappa, my former director of BSI, Dr. R. Ganesan, who was throughout my study was a biggest support, and my dear friends who were always been a big support to me, who were also colleagues during my research scholar tenure. We all research work together. Dr. R. Sumati, Assistant Professor, Mount Carmel College, Dr. Jayanti, who is Scientist EE in Botanical Survey of India, and Dr. L. Rasingam, who is also Scientist EE in Botanical Survey of India. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Karthikeyan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Over to Dr. Rana. Let's sum up the topic. Dr. Rana.
Thank you, Dr. Karthikeyan, for your very, very informative and illuminative talk. So now, so I would invite a couple of questions if somebody has. Yeah, Dr. Ansari.
Yes, I think it's a complete described in such a way, no questions are there, I think. So whatever I was thinking, he has described. So I think it is a complete description of everything. Kiniophylum alvisiae collected in Yarkard. So the roots are green, is it?
Sir, can you come again, sir? I'm unable to hear it properly.
Tiniophylum.
Tiniophylum.
Alvisiae collected in Yarkard, Kagasole.
Okay.
So the roots are green. So what about filiformis?
Yes, sir. It was also green. Actually, when I collected, I couldn't feel that it is an orchid. The first time when I saw it, I thought it is some fern. Because it was very tiny, wiry, and there was no proper demarcation of like roots and stem. The stem is also functioning like a root, like very slim and very thin strands. So I thought it is something else, but I could find a small bud yellow structure. I collected the plant and I brought it to our nursery, and within a few days it flowered. Then only I could identify that it is an orchid.
Second is, you are recommending so many things. You have already recommended also. What are the, apart from protected area, it is already a protected area.
Yes, sir.
But you say that things are going on.
Yes, sir.
It is going on.
Yes.
Coating is going on, sand mining is going on, cutting is going on. So what is the meaning of protected area?
Sir, actually it is a national park.
Yeah.
But the national park boundaries are inhabited. So what happens is, though it is continuously monitored, the inhabitants sometimes they have easy access to the protected area, because the fishermen, they go through these islands, through some of the islands, and many of the places are outside the protected area boundary, but they can easily access inside the protected area. But because this is an island, and say for example in a forest, in a mainland forest, you will have a proper boundary and a proper patrolling. If you go inside, you will be immediately punished and arrested. In this case, since all are local people, inhabitants, the patrolling and to put them out of the protected area is a little difficult. And other than that, two islands, especially the Redskin Island and Jolly Boy Island, are open for the visitors. Though it is a national park, these two islands frequently are open for the visitors, tourists. So these tourists, once they go, the donkeys, the boats which take them, they emits a lot of diesel waste and oil space. This also creates a lot of disturbance to the mangrove and seagrasses.
I think so.
Dr. Karthikeyan. Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning. Very nice that you had a very good account of our Andaman and Nicobar Island Mahatma Gandhi National Park. I have two doubts. One is, you mentioned about one member from Triuridaceae.
Yes, sir.
Triuridaceae is actually endemic to Australian subcontinent, Australian continent, and a few years back, one member is reported from Konkan, from Yadav and Janardhanam. So that means you just work out, because phytogeography, that is interesting in Andaman Islands. Yes, Andaman Islands having a origin itself is a different questions, because Indian subcontinent is a part of the earlier Greater Gondwana and then split. So that there is a possibility of actually Australia, South Africa and Indian subcontinents are common mass actually. So if it is in to work out, that will be very interesting.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And another question, my doubt is, because different reports are saying how many protected areas are there in Andaman and Nicobar Islands?
Sir, total protected area, there are 96 wildlife sanctuaries. 9 national parks.
Okay.
One biosphere reserve. That was
what about marine, including marine protected areas?
Marine protected area, that is 2. One is Rani Jhansi Marine National Park and one is Mahatma Gandhi Marine National Park.
No, you please check it. As per Wildlife Institute of India, they have given totally 105 protected areas, including marine. Whereas our ministry is our NVIS. NVIS has mentioned 100 marine protected areas in Andaman and Nicobar Islands alone.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, this the concept of saying some are as marine and some are as non-marine, there is some little conflict, because what they consider as marine is also in the list, but in other earlier lists it was considered as non-marine. Let's say, for example, Campbell Bay National Park, which is in Great Nicobar Island. So within the Great Nicobar Biosphere Reserve.
No, that's
Professor Rajkumar.
Dr. Karthikeyan, very nice informative talk about Andaman and Nicobar Islands, where we had not worked. And I just used to know that tree you have mentioned in the coast area, whether the life of the tree is under trouble by getting the bullets. How is it?
Sir, actually, this is a story which, not only story, but it is a fact also.
Whether it is prevailing now also?
No, not now.
It's not now.
The name has come earlier because of the practice of piercing bullets to avoid poaching. So that's why the name they have given a name called bulletwood tree. Bulletwood tree. And there is also some other things that even the bullets that wood that is very strong.
Okay. Just one more thing. Whether you had visited this Jaravas Island? Jaravas.
Yes, sir. I actually was a part of the ethnobotanical study for Jaravas, and I stayed with them for 1 month. And I did the ethnobotanical study of Jaravas, and I have so many good friends also.
It's very interesting. There was a news that one missionary was shot dead. He said so, and you have stayed with them for 1 month.
I stayed with them for 1 month.
They are friendly.
They are friendly, and we will have interpreters also.
Very nice.
Who can
Dr. Rajkumar.
our language.
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Rajkumar.
Thank you.
And, Dr. Sampath Kumar is in the screen.
Yeah.
Dr. Sampath, would you like to say something?
Dr. Sampath Kumar, please sum up within a few words.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Anyway, Dr. Karthikeyan, well known to me when he was research scholar itself. From there itself, I am knowing that Dr. Karthikeyan. Actually, incidentally, I was doing Rani Jhansi Marine National Park. Next, after I left the island, Dr. Karthikeyan joined as a research scholar there. I came to there in Lucknow. I came there, and Dr. Karthikeyan has did the Mahatma Gandhi Marine National Park he has done. Of course, this is a very good to sum up this. He has done a very good work. That literal vegetation and what is inland vegetation classification he has told. And regarding this, what are the in the marine that is Mahatma Gandhi National Park? What are the this Manikara literal is Sandamanika poaching? Thailand people very frequently they come and they poach this many new species, many new reports and rediscoveries he has made in this. Of course, he has out of nearly more than 1,000 species. I mean, that's I think he has recorded from this. He told about 40% of the islands vegetation, and that is total Andaman and Nicobar Islands. 40% he has recorded from this Marine National Park. It is a very good thing. And endemism also is there. It is almost 35% endemism are there Andaman Nicobar Island, and he has recorded 32% from the Mahatma Gandhi Marine. It is a presentation. Thank you, Dr. Karthi.
Research scholars or congratulate and they appreciate the work, the voluminous work that Dr. Karthikeyan has done during his research endeavors in Andaman and Nicobar Island. I know one of Soneracia, I think, environment. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you.
And,
Thank you,
and,
Dr. Jana.
and I also would like to thank the organizers for giving us, particularly me and Dr. Sampath Kumar, to opportunity to.
The imminent speaker of the session is Mr. A. Shankaran. Mr. A. Shankaran.
A. Sankaran.
Mr. A. Shankaran has not joined us. Therefore, I move toward our next speaker. Dr. H.N. Kumar. Dr. H.N. Kumar.
Professor Mishra, just can I make one point? Can I say something?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, Professor Mishra, I am logging off because I have a meeting at 1:30. So please forgive me. I would not be able to join the next session.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, sir. Dr. H.N. Kumar.
Sankaran.
Dr. Shankaran. Mr. A. Shankaran. Mr. A. Shankaran.
मोबाइल फोन कीजिए.
Mr. Shankaran. Our next talker is Mr. Shankaran, DCF Wildlife Telangana, and perhaps Mr. Shankaran has not joined us. Dr. H.N. Khurana. Dr. H.N. Khurana. Mr. L. Jathang, IFS. Mr. L. Jathang, IFS. DFO, Aizol, Mizoram. We are trying to connect with our speaker since he is not joining us. We are trying to make the telephonic talk. However, so far he has not joined us.
What is the topic?
Terengua? Even Mr. Terengua Jatheng.
PFO
Ajol Mizoram.
Asbal Mizoram.
Ajol. Mr. L. Jatheng. Mr. L. Jatheng, IFS, DFO, Ajol, Mizoram.
No,
Mr. L. Jatheng.
no, he may join only at 2:30. That Aizwal.
Ajol.
Other two people are not available.
Uh,
Shankaran and Kumara.
Sankaran and Purana are now
Kumara.
not.
His name is Kumara.
Kumara.
Yeah.
H.N. Kumara.
Kumara.
H.N. Kumara.
From Salim Ali Center.
Okay, Coimbatore.
We are trying to make connection with the speakers.
What happened? Small. Organizer, if you have the phone, try to contact the person, Shankaran or Kumara by over phone.
I think that is
Okay,
required.
sir, we are trying to make the contact by the phone with Mr. Shankaran.
Shankaran is a
And
retired DCF.
Shankaran is retired DCF Wildlife Telangana.
Just to
He is
find
not.
out is if you call him whether he might have forgotten or sometime.
Okay, we are calling him. If he is not available, then we shall
Then we,
call to Dr.
then we
Kumara.
can go to Kumara. Normally, he's a principal scientist. Naturally, he must be there. I don't know.
Yes, sir. Dr. Kumara. We are just trying to contact with them.
Organizers, in future, one is presenting, you just be sure of the next person by contacting him at least,
Okay, sir. Okay,
so that the session cannot break like this.
okay, sir. Definitely.
If Shankaran is not there, You can request Samir Sinha to share his views, but because he is working on the Wildlife Trust.
Mr. Samir Singh.
His experiences will be useful.
Samir Sinha.
Samir Sinha is on the line.
Samir Sinha.
Yes, he's
Dr.
on the screen.
Pandurangan.
Yeah, I am Pandurangan.
Okay,
No,
okay, sir.
You can he can talk actually but a short gap, sharing his experiences, so that the next person can join.
Yes, that is a good thing. Yes.
Mr. Samir Sinha.
He is here, sir. He is online.
I may make contact with Mr. Samir Sinha. Dr. Pandurangan, sir.
Yeah, he is representing Wildlife Trust of India.
Okay,
So
okay, sir. Doctor,
he can
listen,
share his
Dr.
experience.
Pandurangan.
Hello, yes,
Dr. Pandurangan.
yes.
Since our speaker scheduled in our program is not joining with us, and there is a break and interruption in the our program. Therefore, I may request you to please propose and suggest as well as inform the suitable person to join us and share his view. Dr. Pandurangan.
No, it's a very short time. That's what I am suggesting.
Okay.
The chairman of the session is Mr. Samir Sinha.
Okay.
He is representing the Wildlife Trust. So
Okay.
at least Dr. Sinha, can you share your experiences?
He can share some views.
Yeah, till the time for another.
Yeah, we can save the time also.
I may request you, Dr. Shamir, please share your views.
Yeah, another 20 to 30 minutes if you share by the time.
Whatever you can do.
So that they can try to contact the HN Kumara by the time. So, your experience speaks a lot actually. That's what I mean.
Okay, sir. You are most welcome here.
Regarding topic, yes.
Yes.
It is not audible, sir.
Please check your mic.
Yeah.
Please on your mic.
Am I audible now?
Now it's okay.
Now
Please.
it's okay. Now it's okay.
So
yeah.
So yes, definitely I can discuss, but I would like to know from you people whether should I discuss about a particular project of our Wildlife Trust of India, or in general what we do, what is the demand now? Because I can make presentation as well.
General.
If you have a wildlife status of any particular project area, that will be good.
Okay, so would you like to hear about something on Ghadial, recovery of Ghadial, which is going on in one of the non-protected area in Bihar?
Yeah.
The steps, the initiative.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, that's good because sometimes non-protected areas are also having a better wildlife. Please go ahead.
So in this note, I'd like to, I'll take just 2-3 minutes.
Yes.
Right. And then I'll start my presentation. Just let me open my slides.
Okay, sir. Please.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Just let me finish.
Dr. Sinha, you have a problem in loading the slide?
Yeah. Just a minute. I'm uploading it.
Yeah.
Just check.
Yeah, it's good. Please go ahead.
Can you see it in PowerPoint presentation mode?
Yeah, we can see. Please go ahead, Sinha.
Okay, friends, good afternoon to everyone. Because the presenter of this session is not available, and since I was chairing the
Okay, sir.
session, so
Here is a very nice photograph of crocodile.
Yes.
yes.
It's just very nice. Okay, sir, please.
On the request of organizers, I'm going to present one of the key projects of Wildlife Trust of India, and it is about gharial conservation. And before I present the specific case of our project, I like to give a brief introduction on the species and its conservation across the country, so that because I know most of you or all of you are not from the background of zoology, or you might not be interested in crocodilian, or you might not have gone through crocodilian research. So it would be better if I present few general points on crocodilian conservation in India, and then I'll shift my presentation on what we have been doing in one of the rivers in the country, where our gharial recovery project is going on. So basically, in this I'll be discussing about 4 things about the crocodilians, and gharial is one of the crocodilians found in India. So what is the status of this species in our country? What are the challenges and actions being taken to conserve the species? And then lastly, I'll present a case of conservation of this species in the Gandak River, which is a northern tributary of the river Ganges, and it flows mainly through the state of Bihar and some parts of Uttar Pradesh, and it meets the Ganga in Bihar. So this is the brief outline of my presentation. So basically, crocodilians, they are long lizard-like body, right? So the way we define crocodilian morphologically is like they are long, their body is like a lizard, and they do have long flattened snout. So the snout is a key characteristic. Their snout is long and flattened. And eyes, ears, and nostrils are at the top of the head. So here you can see eyes, ears, and nostrils all are on the top of the head. And they can swim and they can move on land as well. So some of the crocodilians, they are good, mover. Their capacity to move on the land is quite good, but few of them are not that good on movement on the land. So generally they spend most of the time of their life in water. And altogether there are 24 species of crocodilia globally, and these crocodilians are divided into 3 families: the alligatoridae, crocodilidae, and gavialidae. Means the alligators, crocodiles, and gavials. If you see the 3 families, you can see the basic difference between 3, the morphological difference, and a bit of the behavioral difference between the 3. You can see in this slide. It is a poster which we have produced to aware our stakeholders, in different stakeholders. This is in English, but we have translated it in Hindi also, so that the area where we are working in, the locals are aware of, and the frontline forest staff are also aware of the basic classification of crocodilians found in our country. So mostly people, they get confused between gharial and alligator. So 90% of people, those who are even a student of zoology, they will say gharial as alligator. They think that gharial is the Hindi name of this long snouted crocodile, and alligator is the English name of this gharial, which is not true. In fact, these 3 they belong to 3 different families. Yes. And the crocodiles, the true crocodiles, And the alligators, morphologically they look similar, but one of the best ways to differentiate between them is to see their tooth pattern. You can see in case of alligators, when the mouth is closed, only the tooth of upper jaw will be visible to you. But in case of crocodiles, the true crocodiles, when the mouth of the animal is closed, the tooth of both the jaws, upper and lower jaws, will be visible to anyone. But in case of gharial, it is completely different in morphology than the other two family members. As you can see, the snout is quite long, and there is a bulbous structure on the tip of the snout, which is called ghada. That's why it is called gharial. It is a nasal appendage. And interestingly, out of these three families, gharial is the only species where there is sexual dimorphism among crocodilians. There is no other crocodilian where you will find sexual dimorphism except gharial. This ghada, which is present on the tip of a snout, is present only in adult males. And if you see the aggression of the species, so the crocodiles are very aggressive. So aggression of crocodiles is quite high, and especially the marine saltwater crocodile is quite aggressive, and aggression of gharial is quite low, and alligators are moderately aggressive. So they are less than the crocodile, but they are more aggressive than gharial. So this is the basic difference between these three families. And in India, you'll find three species of crocodiles. One is Crocodylus porosus, the other is Crocodylus palustris, and the third one is gharial, about which I'll be talking about. This gharial is primarily it is endemic to Indian subcontinent. Once it was present in India, Nepal, and then Pakistan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Bhutan as well. But nowadays it is restricted to only a few river systems of India and Nepal. So these three crocodilians which are found in India, you can see the one is estuarine crocodile, which is found along the east coast of India and the adjoining water bodies. While the freshwater crocodile is omnipresent almost throughout the country except the northern part of our country. So this is the distribution range of freshwater crocodile, which we also call mugger, while the estuarine crocodile is also called saltwater crocodile. The distribution of gharial is mainly in the Ganges basin in India. I'm talking about India, but in Beas River also and in Indus also the gharials were present, but nowadays it is almost extinct from those river systems. So in India, the Ganga and its tributaries and Mahanadi are the important distribution range areas for gharial. And you can see the habitat. Now I'll talk about the habitats of different crocodilians which are found in India. The marsh crocodile, they can be seen in the rivers. They can be found in canals. They can be in the swampy areas. They can be in fish ponds. So wherever there is water and availability of food, they will be present. And this is the habitat of estuarine crocodile. Mostly they are found in estuarine areas. The saltwater crocodile, you can see these photographs are from Sundarbans. So you can see the mangrove vegetation here. So the estuarine crocodiles are mainly, the saltwater crocodiles are mainly found in estuarine part of our country. But the requirement of gharial is quite different. They prefer the rivers. Their preferred habitat is rivers, and even in rivers, they like the fast flowing rivers with clean water and deep pools as well, presence of deep pool. Apart from the water, clean water and deep pools, they also need sand bars for basking and sand banks, high sand banks for nesting. So you can see the gharial habitat is mainly the river, clean river and high sand bank. This high sand bank is used for nesting because they make whole nests on the sand banks, and they lay eggs over there. When we talk about the status of this species, so you can see that historically this species was present in Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh and Myanmar, parts of Myanmar also. But nowadays it is restricted only to few rivers of India and Nepal, and currently there are only 14 subpopulations in the country. And the interesting thing happened for the species, not interesting. Unfortunate thing happened that during 1946 to 2006, there was 98% decline in the population. So the population almost dipped like anything. And the number of adults, if you see the available estimates, in 1997 there were 436 adult individuals, adult gharials, and in 2006 only 182 adult individuals were recorded in Indian river system. In not only Indian river system but in the entire distribution range. And since it is endemic to Indian subcontinent, and presently they are present only in India and Nepal, so you can say that yes, the population in India and Nepal is declined drastically. And during these 9-10 years, the decline was almost 58% in the number of adults. And if adults are not there, it means recruitment will not happen, and it will adversely affect the population. So this was the status in 2006. And due to this, the gharial was categorized as critically endangered as per the IUCN list of threatened species. Those who know the IUCN list of threatened species, they can see that the critically endangered is very close to extinct in wild and then extinction. So it means critically endangered gharial being placed here at critically endangered position is highly vulnerable to extinction. They are very close to extinction. Even they are more prone to extinction than tiger, than elephant, and for that matter rhinoceros, and so many other charismatic species that we know. And the reason, due to this reason, the population decline in 2006. If you recall the last slide, you can see in 2006 the population decline was recorded in adult population. So as per the IUCN criteria, it was categorized as critically endangered in 2007. Prior to that, the species was under endangered category. In 2017, the recent assessment was done in 2017. The assessment report got published in 2019, but the data that was used was up to 2017. So in 2017 also, though the population trend was increasing, but the threats are still there, and it still qualifies for critically endangered species. So as on date, the species is critically endangered. And the major threats to the species are poaching, basically entanglement in fishing nets, because gharial is a fish-eating crocodile. You can see a common man knows gharial as a fish-eating crocodile because they are dependent completely on fish as their food. The small individuals or the hatchlings or the yearlings, they might go for some insect or small shrimps, crustaceans, but the adults one completely depend on fish, and they are found mainly in the area where fish density is high, and unfortunately the same area is occupied by the fishermen, and they often get entangled in fishing nets, as you can see here. And the other threat is anthropogenic disturbance in gharial habitats. So here, you know that reptilians, they regulate their body temperature through basking. They bask in the sun to get warmer. But most of these basking areas are occupied by human beings, especially the fishermen or the farmers. So this basically disturbs the animal, and animals are not able to regulate their temperature, and at certain point of time they may abandon their habitat and they may go to somewhere else, and it may lead to local extermination or other effects on the population. The cattle also use the river areas which are inhabited by gharial. So the cattle bathing and cattle movement mainly affects the breeding areas, because gharial mainly breeds, as I said, gharial require high sand banks, and these sand banks are often trampled by the cattle. So the eggs the nest got disturbed. The nest got disturbed. It gets disturbed. So it creates a lot of problems to the population. The other major threat to habitat. The other major threat to the habitat is construction of barrages and embankments and then dams. You can see here this is a barrage across the river. It would be good if participants mute their mic. It would be good if they mute your mic.
Sorry.
Yeah. So barrage construction is one of the other threat to habitat, because in many areas the barrages are constructed to regulate water, to channelize water for different purposes like irrigation and then hydropower generation, and it results into discontinuity in habitat downstream of the barrage. Sometimes it leads to low flow, which is not suitable for the species, which is not preferred to by the species, and it leads to local extermination. Other threats include sand mining. Sand mining is a major threat because in most of the river areas, gharial uses sandbanks to make nests and for basking. But these sandbanks are under threat due to legal as well as illegal mining. So if the sandbanks are mined and the sandbanks are disturbed, the reproductive success of gharial goes down drastically, which helps, which basically affects the recruitment in the population, and ultimately it leads to decline in population if recruitment is not happening as per the natural processes. Entanglement in fishing net, you can see in this gharial fishing net is the snout is completely wrapped in a fishing net. So this is another problem. This is another indicator of conflict between human and the gharial, because the fishermen they also prefer the high abundant areas related to fish, and gharial being a fish-eating crocodile, they also prefer the areas where food is in plenty. So most of the time, many of the time, they get entangled in fish in nets, and if the net is strong or the animal is small, it leads to many a time it leads to death of the gharial as well. And one interesting thing happened to the population, because we often, when we talk about wildlife conservation, we always highlight that isolated populations are prone to extinction or prone to threat due to mass mortality. If some epidemic happens in a particular population and the population is isolated, it may lead to mass mortality and ultimately loss of population from there. So a mass mortality of gharial happened in 2007 and 8 in Chambal River. Here I would like to inform you all that in India, Chambal River is the main river where almost 85% of the gharial population is found. And Chambal River flows across 3 states, and about 430 kilometer length of the river has been notified as Chambal River Sanctuary. And these and Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Rajasthan, these 3 states share this Chambal River Sanctuary. And in 2007-8, at least 101 gharials were died in the Chambal River due to disease. So after that mass mortality, it was a worrying news for conservationists, and it highlighted the need of establishing other gharial populations other than Chambal River. And the main reason of that mass mortality was kidney damage and failure due to unknown toxicant. So the actual toxicant, which toxicant was responsible for that mortality, it is still unknown to us. But the symptoms of the toxicity was kidney damage. And conservation measures have been taken. Protected areas have been notified, like Chambal National Sanctuary. It is only for gharial. So basically, it was notified to conserve the gharial. Other protected areas which are for gharial include Katania Ghat Wildlife Sanctuary, Son Gharial Sanctuary, Ken Gharial Sanctuary, Satkosia Gorge Wildlife Sanctuary, and 90% of the population of gharial is inside protected area. And as I said, about 85% of the global population of gharial is found in Chambal Sanctuary. So Chambal National Sanctuary. So here we can see that protected area is the last resort to provide natural habitat to the species. Otherwise, in areas which were outside protected area, the animal has gone extinct almost everywhere. And even in some protected areas also, like now you don't have any male in Son Gharial Sanctuary. The Ken Gharial Sanctuary is also devoid of a population of gharial. Satkosia Gorge Sanctuary, this year a few new babies have born in Satkosia Gorge. Otherwise, the population is not good. It is not doing good in any of these protected areas except Chambal National Sanctuary. And The conservation measures have been taken in India, like captive breeding and release program was started in 1970s, and till date, almost 600 plus gharials have been released in the river system. And there were 3 captive breeding center, conservation breeding centers were established. One was in Murena, the other is in Kukrail in Uttar Pradesh. Then one similar captive breeding center is in Odisha, Tikarpala. So when this captive release program was started in 1970s, these captive breeding centers were established, and since then the gharials are being released in the river system. But many of the conservationists and scientists, they felt that only releasing of gharial might not work in reviving the population unless we secure the habitats and we provide better habitat conditions to the species. Otherwise, releasing gharial, it may get abandoned during floods, and if they do not get a good habitat, they might get locally exterminated. And you can see these are the photographs of gharial release in different parts of the country. This gharial release is happening in Ghagra River. This gharial release is happening in the lower right hand side. You can see this gharial release is happening in Gandak River in Bihar. The current status of gharial, you can see that, as I said earlier, that as per 2017 assessment, the gharial population is increasing, which is a good news, in fact. And currently there are about 2,000 gharials. And out of that 2,000 gharial, the estimate of mature individual lies somewhere between 300 to 900, and the 650 is the median estimate. So in 2006, when the number of mature individuals went down to 200, now it is recovering, and about 650 gharials are adult gharials are present in different river systems in the distribution range. But the problem is that these populations are limited to only 14 widely spaced locations. You can see these are small populations. Here you can see the orange points in the map. They show the location of gharials. So these are almost disjointed populations, widely spaced population. So interaction of population is not possible naturally. And out of these 14 widely spaced locations, there are 6 major populations and 8 minor populations. Major population means the number of gharial is more than 100. And if it is less than 100, then it becomes a minor population. So here you can say still 8 populations out of these 14, 8 are minor, means the number of gharial is less than 100. And which is not a good population to be which is not, it could not be a viable population in the wild. And there are only 7 breeding sites, confirmed breeding sites of the gharial right now, as per the 2017 assessment. One gharial breeding site has been recently identified in Odisha, in the sanctuary. Satkosia God Sanctuary, and it has gone extinct from Bhutan, Myanmar, and Pakistan. So India and Nepal are the last hope for the species. A small part of Bangladesh also holds gharial, but the population status is not good, and breeding wise it is not doing good. So that population is also not much promising. Now I'll present a case of our conservation efforts in Gandak River in Bihar. So basically, Gandak River was known to hold gharial population. This is the river, you can see. This is the map of the area. This is Bihar. The river flows from north to south. This is the Ganga River, and this river, you can see the blue line. It joins the Ganga opposite Patna, which is the state capital of Bihar. This Gandak originates from Nepal, and it enters in India at Valmiki Nagar, where this barrage has been constructed. You can see this barrage, and this hill is in Nepal. And in Nepal, the river is known as Narayani River. So it is a transboundary river, but this barrage has basically disjointed the population into two subpopulations. And the scientists feel that there is little chances of interaction between the population downstream of the barrage and upstream of the barrage. That's why these two populations, the one in Narayani and the other in Gandak, are considered as two subpopulations. And initially, the interesting part is that when in 1970s, the captive breeding of gharial was started in India, the gharial eggs were collected from Narayani River system in Nepal, and few eggs were also collected from Indian side, that is from Gandak River. And those eggs were used to head start the captive breeding program in India. So these eggs were collected from natural nests. They were incubated in situ, in ex situ facilities, and then the hatchlings, after attaining the size of 1.5 meter, that is subadult ghadial, they were released in different river systems in the country in due course of time. So the origin of head starting program, the origin was from this river only, the Narayani Gandak river system. You can see the ghadial conservation work. It was talked in even in 1974 when it was a news item covered by UNI at that time, that crocodile farm for Bihar. So at that point of time, a breeding center was also conceptualized to be established in Bihar. And then a retired forest officer, the then chief wildlife warden, he wrote a book, Backs to the Wall, the Saga of Wildlife in Bihar. He mentioned about presence of ghadial. Basically, he photographed ghadials in different parts of the Gandak river system, and then he wrote it in the book. And basically, it is the only evidence, historical evidence, which provides us information about presence of this species in the Gandak river system, because the river was the river floodplain was not a safe place for even for villagers, and not to talk about researchers and scientists and externals, because most of the areas were occupied by antisocial elements, being on the national and international border, because the river forms border between Bihar and Uttar Pradesh state in the western side, and in the northwestern side, it forms border with Nepal. So it is a safe place for antisocial elements. So there was no conservation attention on the species till 2010. In 2010, conservation actions started when the field situations became favorable for conservation activities and survey activities. So in 2010, first survey was conducted by multiple organizations. Altogether, 4 organizations participated in the survey. It was a multi-species, multi-organizational survey, which was supported by Wildlife Trust of India, WWF India, and the survey was conducted by Madras Crocodile Bank Trust, then Tilka Manjhi Bhagalpur University, Ghadial Conservation Alliance, and WTI. So lots of people were involved. And in 2010, we found that there were only 15 ghadials. The evidences of only 15 ghadial were found in the river. In 2014, an ex situ program, a program conservation measure was initiated, which was basically linking the ex situ conservation with in situ. In this program, what we did, we released the captive bred ghadials at Patna Zoo in the Gandak river system. It started in 2014, and in 2016, we recorded the breeding of the species in the river system. It was not due to the released ghadial, but when we started monitoring our released individual, we found that there are good number of wild ghadials in the river which were not detected in 2010 survey. And at some place in the river system, the breeding was happening because we used to find small ghadials as well. So which gave us hope, and we started trying to find the nesting sites so that the nest could be protected, because we knew that during nesting season, water level used to rise abruptly, and which was not good for the ghadial nest on the sand banks. So most of the sandy areas and the river banks get eroded during March and April. So our intention was to identify the areas where nests are present, nests of natural populations are present. So in 2016, we got success and we found ghadial nests, and now the state is moving to provide it a legal status. And I would like to highlight here that the Gandak River is not a protected area for any species. A part of it forms the western boundary of Valmiki Tiger Reserve. So it is bit protected for a small stretch of about 40 to 45 kilometer length. Otherwise, it is a non-protected habitat, mainly used by different stakeholders. So in 2010 multi-organizational survey, we found that there are only 50 ghadials in the river system. But the species, the habitat was available, the suitable habitat for the species was available, and the findings of the survey recommended population strengthening, because we know that 15 individuals of any species will not form a viable population, and it is bound to exterminate from any distribution range if the number is so low. So after that, what we did, we started lobbying with the government. So State Board for Wildlife, I am also the member of State Board for Wildlife. I raised this issue in 2011. And then it was taken up by the Chief Minister, it was taken up by the State Board for Wildlife, which is chaired by the Chief Minister. So in 2012, this was, approved by the government that yes, the gharial should be restocked in the Gandak River. And after that, we started the project. In 2014, the Bihar Forest Department and Wildlife Trust of India initiated this project of gharial restocking. Fortunately, we had a release stock at Patna Zoo, where the breeding of gharial was started in 2005-6. So we had sufficient number of gharials of a suitable size class. Here I would like to inform the audience that in gharial we do not release either small individuals or the adult individuals, because the small individual might be depredated in the river system, and the larger individuals, the big animals, big size animal, adult animals, they might not survive due to because they are habituated to be in enclosures, so they might not adapt to the river system. So it is the best to it has been found that if we release sub-adult individuals, then they will acclimatize in the river system and they will survive in the river system. So you can see the captive breeding population was started in the Gandak, and this was linked with linked to strengthening of the wild population in the Gandak river system. So we prepared the released animal at Patna Zoo. So we segregated the animals which had to be released in the river system, and we acclimatized them in enclosures which are off-site enclosures. Means people, you can see the green mesh, the green curtain, because the visitors cannot see this animal now. The released animals are segregated, and we provided them live fish for more than 6 months to get them acclimatized, because in nature, generally in zoos, dead fish are given to all fiscivore animals, but in nature the gharials are not going to get dead fish. They have to hunt, they have to prey. So as a part of acclimatization, they were fed on live fishes. Health screening was done, sexing was done. In gharial, sexing can be done only they attain the age of sub-adult. After that, this preparation was happening in the zoo, our XC2 center, and at the same time I was leading a survey in the river system to identify the areas where we can release the gharial, because it is a 300-kilometer long river, and we cannot release the individual everywhere or anywhere. So on certain criteria, we identified 3 sites and we released animals at those sites. So you can see these gharials were brought to from Patna Zoo to the river bank. Then the gharials are being released, and out of those 30 gharial, the most important part of whenever you are restocking any animal, the releasing them in the wild is quite easier, but monitoring them for their survival and for their interaction with other species and with their habitat, it is very, very important, which is often neglected. So our focus was on post-release monitoring. For that, we tagged 2 gharials with satellite tags, and 4 gharials were VHF tagged to monitor them remotely. And apart from these tagging, all gharials, we mark all the released individual by cutting the tail scutes in a certain manner, so that you can identify the gharial whenever you see in the river system. And generally, gharial, when they come out for basking, we take photographs and we can identify whether these individuals are released by us or by some other party. Because the captive release of captive bred gharials was initiated in Nepal also in late 1980s. So the people may ask that how can you assure that these gharials are released by you, not by Nepal? So we interacted with Nepalese authorities who were releasing the gharial, and then accordingly we changed our tail scute cutting pattern so that it is exclusive. So it helps in identification. Here you can see the gharial is fitted with a satellite collar, and we monitored the gharial through 3 ways. Through the satellite tagged gharials were monitored through satellite data. The VHF tagged gharial were monitored through river surveys or the bank surveys, and we identified the basking sites of gharials in the vicinity of release sites, and we used to monitor those basking sites, because we know that in winter the gharial will come out to bask, to get sunlight, to get warm, and we focused on those basking areas. And apart from these three site-specific measures, we monitored the entire river length, almost 320 kilometers. And apart from this river, means the Gandak River, we also monitored gharial population in the other tributaries as well, because once we found that one of the gharial, satellite tagged gharial, which we released in Gandak, it went almost 450 kilometers, and it entered into a different river system that is shown. So gharials were moving a lot. So we decided to survey other rivers as well to know whether our gharials are dispersing to new river system or not. So interesting findings were that one female moved about 420 kilometers to other river Son. It is a north flowing tributary of the Ganga. One gharial crossed the barrage. In one of the initial photographs, I had shown you the barrage, a photograph of a barrage, but we found that one of our released gharial, it went upstream of the release site, means it crossed the barrage. When the water was released from the barrage, the water level was high, so the male gharial, the female gharial moved upstream, and it went towards Nepal side, towards Naraini side. And out of 30 released gharial, we cited 18 of them directly in the river system during survey and monitoring exercises. And many of them were cited multiple times. And one gharial moved approximately 1,000 kilometers from the release site, and it went up to Mahananda River, which forms the border of West Bengal and Bihar. And in Mahananda River, the local fishermen, they caught the gharial in their fishing net, and later it was transferred to a local captivity center of West Bengal Forest Department at Alipurdwar. So the gharial was kept there at Alipurdwar. We tried to get the individual released into the river system, but it could not happen because the West Bengal Forest Department, the West Bengal government didn't do that. And you can see this is the gharial, this gharial which crossed the barrage. It went upstream. During crossing the barrage, due to some injury, the lower snout of the gharial got broken. You can see here a small piece is hanging here, and you can see the cut marks on the scutes here. And after some time, we found that the gharial again came downstream, and this broken part got completely deleted from the lower snout. And you can see. So by these ways, we identified this here that yes, the gharial which went upstream, it also came downstream in May 2014. So after 11 days, it came downstream of the river system. And from here, the release site, this gharial was released here. So it traveled all through the Gandak River. Then it traveled approximately 1,000 kilometers in the Ganga River system before moving into the Mahananda River system, which is again a northern tributary. So from Ganga, it went to Mahananda, and it was captured somewhere here. So this is the longest travel recorded by a gharial at that point of time. And we also found that the released gharials are basking with the wild individuals. Here you can see the tail scutes of this gharial is intact, means it is not a released individual, it is a wild individual. And you can find that these two scutes are missing. This individual was released by us. So this individual is sharing habitat with the wild individual. So it gives you, though this individual, the released individual, had spent almost 8 years of its life in captivity, but when it was released in the river system, it identified its suitable habitat. And you can see the river segment which was used by wild gharial was identified by released gharial also, and both of them were using the same sandbank for basking. So this is the natural instinct of the species. And in 2016, we monitored the population, and we found gharial nests. So this is the monitoring happening, and from 2015 onward, we are doing it on every year. And gharial breeding records, 6 nests were recorded in 2016. So you can see this is this is a trial nest made by one nest here, one nest here. These were the trial nests made by the female gharial. And while we were doing the survey, we could record this. We found these trial nests and the sign of gharial moving on the sandbanks. You can see these are the marks of gharial when they went there, went up to make trial nest. Basically, mother mother digs the sand to know whether the temperature and humidity is good for hatching or and incubation. So they often make such trial nests. And now in 2016, the Gandak was recorded as the new Ghadial breeding site. Before that, it was not known. Then next year we found that the Ghadial eggs are getting eroded due to river erosion. So our main conservation action, I would like to inform you that Wildlife Trust of India, we are not a research organization, we are a conservation action organization, and we start working once we know that what actions are needed to protect or to conserve or to recover a species. And definitely the research part is done by other stakeholders. It may be a university or it may be a research institute like Wildlife Institute of India. So we know that there are several stakeholders who are doing research, but we start our work when a researcher stops its work. If you identify a population, if you identify the threats, we will enter into the arena and we will try to address those threats, or we will try to secure the population. So we are a conservation action organization. So the Ghadial nests which were prone to erosion, you can see here, the Ghadial nests were eroded, and these eggs, what we do, we collect the eggs very scientifically. You can see in those who are zoologists in the group, they might be knowing that if the orientation of yolk is changed, it will lead to failure in hatching. So we mark the eggs from the natural nest, and then we shift it very cautiously in temporary hatcheries. We create temporary hatcheries just on the away from the river bank, at a safe distance from the water line, so that it is not eroded due to over flooding. And so it is in situ temporary hatchery, and generally we use the same soil, same sand, and we carry where we find the natural nest. And you can see after 60-70 days, the hatchlings are emerged, and we release the hatchlings at the place where the eggs were collected. So you can see here these hatchlings are ready to be released, and this mother who was waiting for her babies to join, because she was expecting that she had made some nest here, but that portion got eroded, and she was expecting her babies to hatch out after 60-65 days. But since the eggs were shifted and we did her work, basically in crocodilians, especially in Ghadial, the mother, they are not good, parental care is not that much. So generally they come outside water, they come to the nest, they pat the nest with the help of their tail, and if the hatchlings are ready, they will give chirping sounds from inside, and the mother simply removes the sand, and the hatchlings are emerged out, and then they will go to the river system on their own. They are not even helped by the mother. So our actions are to reunite the population or release the hatchlings from the place where it was collected. So sometimes our nests are located 1-2 kilometers away from the actual nest, but we release them in the same area where the eggs were collected, so that the mother is waiting, and our intention is to send back to these hatchlings to the mother. Though mother's role is very limited in case of reptilians, as I said, especially in case of Ghadial, but still she prevents her babies from initial days of depredation, but she doesn't help the baby. She doesn't help her babies in either in feeding or protection from erosion or from flood. So after monsoon, most of the hatchlings are washed away. And we have been monitoring the Ghadial population in the Gandak River. So you can see in 2014, a third party, this was not done by us, a third party researchers, a group of researchers conducted a Ghadial assessment in the same river stretch in March-April in 2014, and they found 50 Ghadials. And in the same year, in March 15, next year, in February-March, we found 54 Ghadials. So this survey was done by us, and this was done by third party, the other party, neither the forest department nor us. It was a different group of researchers. So you can see the number of Ghadials is almost same. It means our estimates were also basically they were reliable. You cannot say that we missed the Ghadial sightings. And in 2017 February, we recorded 119 Ghadial. Then in 2018, generally we do 2 surveys. So this is the trend of population, and increase in population is quite evident. And this increment in the last 3-4 years is mainly due to increasing number of hatchling, yearling and juveniles. The yellow stack shows juvenile population and the blue stack shows yearling population. So basically, due to breeding, this number is going up. If you see the number of adults, it is almost constant between 25 to 31. And we recorded a breeding population. So in different years, this is a breeding congregation sites. Generally, gharial congregate at certain places. It is called breeding congregation. It happens in late winter, in the month of January, and the females lay eggs in the nearby area. So breeding congregation, there were 3 breeding congregations. 4 breeding congregations were identified in 2019. In 2020, it was at 3 places, and this number of sites, it can change. It depends on river geomorphology, and the rivers like Gandak, they are highly dynamic, and due to this dynamic nature, the congregation sites or the river geomorphology gets changed, which affects the congregation of individuals. So 3 lines show the number of nests and number of successful hatch nests. So we also mapped the gharial hotspots. So darker, you can see this part. This is the dark pink dot shows the high density areas, the gharial hotspots. So based on the 5 years, 6 years data, we prepared this map of gharial hotspot. And based on this input, we proposed 138 kilometer of the river stretch to be notified as conservation reserve to the state government. It was evidence-based prescription, evidence-based recommendation to the state, which has the State Board for Wildlife of Bihar has given it approval, and this proposal has been submitted. So once it is cleared, it will be declared as conservation reserve. And community consultations were done by the Wildlife Trust of India researchers in the presence of Forest Department, and it happened during the lockdown period, during the COVID pandemic in 2019-20. You can see everybody is wearing masks. So community consultation is quite important. It is highly important whenever you are going to notify any protected area. So we believe in engaging all the stakeholders right from the planning stage up to management stage. So here the planning for declaration of conservation reserve is going on, and definitely once it is declared, we will involve them in preparation of management plan for the conservation reserve. So unless all stakeholders work together, it is very difficult to conserve the species like gharial.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Sinha, for a elaborative and comprehensive contribution of giant lizards. Indeed, it was a very nice talk, and you have took pain to collect the important data pertaining to bionomics and other aspects of the crocodile in water bodies. Now I request to Dr. Pandurangan, please sum up the talk so that I move towards the next talk.
Sir, I would like to ask a few questions.
Yeah, please.
Okay, please.
First, there was a decline in gharial numbers in 2019. It was right from some 200 odd, it came down to 185.
187, yeah, something, yeah.
Yeah, so what was the reason?
Every year we do two surveys, right? And in wild, all individuals present in the ecosystem, the chances of their encounter is quite different. The probability of interaction, probability of encounter, it gets changed with the change in situation. Say for example, in the first survey there was poor sunlight, so the gharials were not coming out for basking. So it might result into low number of sightings. While if the weather is favorable, they might come out for for longer duration.
So you only did day counts. You didn't do the night counts.
In river, it is not feasible at all, because rivers has lots of mid-channel islands, and your boat will collide with those islands, and you will be nowhere. in the rivers. So in river, this night count is not advisable at all. In a small population, definitely you can
And
do.
one more thing, I would, with due respect, but in 2020, 3 more crocodilian species have been announced. One is Osteomelus osborni, which is Congo dwarf crocodile. Then Central African slender-shouted crocodile, which is Mecistops leptorhynchus. And the third one was declared in 2019, Hully's New Guinea crocodile, which is Crocodilus hully. So there are 3 more crocodile species.
How many total numbers?
27.
Is it 27?
27 now.
27.
Okay.
27 now.
Madam, I told you, we are not engaged in research.
Muggers. I have been working on mugger behavior since 2013.
Okay. We are not at all in research. We focus on what needs to the species for survival and recovery.
Yeah,
so that information it might be not updated. Definitely, I'll update
mugger
that.
does not need any now.
I just want to know one thing.
Having a spillover.
Rajkumar, do you have any questions?
Yes, even in this river system, we do have lots of mugger. I didn't show the slides. We are also, protecting mugger nests as well. Okay. So this year also we protected,
however,
we rescued.
Muggers are very, what I should say, they are resilient and they can survive any. They
are not. Yeah, they are not resilient. You can say they are not a specialist. They are dependent on so many. Their food spectrum is so wide, from fish to mammals.
Yes.
Yeah, from fish to mammals. So the reason why they are surviving everywhere, and
they can even feed on carrion. Means I have seen muggers feeding on carrion.
Yes, so that is their survival strategy.
Dr. Sinha,
thank you.
Talk like a botanist like me, and I just used to know how this crocodile and this alligator can be distinguished. You have mentioned one teeth is there.
Pardon, I couldn't.
Crocodile and alligator, mugger. Crocodile and alligator.
See, alligators. First of all, alligators are not found in India. So whenever somebody says you, it is not found in India. It is in South America and China. That's all. So in India, there is no confusion between alligator and crocodile, right? And when you go to South America and you find crocodile and alligator both, you just focus on their teeth pattern. When they close the mouth, in case of crocodilian, the teeth of lower jaw and upper jaw, both jaws will be visible. The teeth of both the jaws will be visible. But in case of alligators, only the upper jaw teeth will be visible.
Okay.
So that is the main difference you can see.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha.
Kerala. Any of these populations in Kerala rivers, in your experience?
Could be saltwater crocodile.
Yes,
saltwater crocodile.
No, Kerala, it is all muggers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Salties
no saltwater. Saltwater is in eastern coast.
Only up to Orissa.
It's eastern coast. Yeah, right.
All are muggers. There are salties in MCBT, Madras Crocodile Bankrus, but that's all.
This
we are waiting for next speaker.
Thank you.
Please come up.
Thank you, Dr. Sinha. We are very much thankful because we are very fortunate to have such a very informative lecture on particularly the gharial, and very little known. Normally people used to speak on very charismatic species, but we got very good information. And also it is actually arranged as a contingency plan quickly because one of the speaker couldn't turn up. So you accepted our invitation and within no minute you have taken up the responsibility. And that means always we should expect unexpected things while we are arranging such a show. Thank you very much. And we look forward to your
yes. It should be a new norm. If a presenter is not there, the chair has to present something.
Chair has to take responsibility. Yeah, that is very nice.
To run the show.
Yeah, without any gap, we could able to continue our presentations. And really very nice. And I could also understand the difference between crocodile and gharial. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Alligator, and thank you very much. And we look forward. And now over to our organizers to continue. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sinha, for a nice presentation, and to Dr. Pandurangan for the nice comments. And I request to be in the link.
Kumara is there.
Dr. H.N. Khare has been the co-chairperson of the session. Therefore, I would like to share him if he is on our screen. Perhaps he is not here. Therefore, Dr. Pandurangan, Dr. Khare is not in the screen. Therefore, I request to our next speaker, Dr. H.N. Kumara. Dr. H.N. Kumara. Dr.
Yes.
Kumara is there. Yeah. Yes. Join. Yes. Join.
Now I request Dr. Kumara, please prepare your slides for the presentation. And the honorable chairperson of the session is once again Dr. Sinha, Dr. Samir Sinha. Dr. Sinha has left the meeting. Therefore, I request to Ansari.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I request to Dr. Sinha and Dr. Ansari.
Yes,
Dr.
please.
Dr. Sinha will act as a chairperson of this session. And
Your
Dr.
voice is not-
will act
your
as
voice is not clear.
chairperson of the session.
Your voice is not clear.
And Dharmen Khandel. Dharmen.
Dr. Dharmen Khandel from Rajasthan.
Yes.
Dr. Dharmen is also in the link. Therefore, I may request to both of you, Dr. Sinha and Dr. Ansari,
Yes, please.
please preside over the chair and co-chair of the session. And sir, on behalf of yourself, I am submitting a brief biodata of our
Okay,
speaker.
okay.
And
Done,
then
done.
you go ahead for the session.
It's all right.
Dr. H.N. Kumara, who is eminent speaker of this session, is a young scientist, and he has done his PhD from the University of Mysore in 2005 in zoology, and then after he has entered in his academic careers. He has spent a beautiful time in so many bodies and act as a scientist in the ISKCON. In various, he holds the various responsibilities there, and at present he is working as a principal scientist in the same institution. He has been engaged in the research and guided a number of students, and also actively in the various aspects of wildlife and fauna. I therefore invite Dr. Kumara to deliver his talk in this webinar. Dr. Kumara.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for giving this opportunity. Thank you, Sinha sir and Ansari. And but there is already, I think, there may be a kind of a delay of time, and I will not take much time. Probably the topic, it was given that brief about the Kudremukh National Park and the Bannerghatta National Park, especially mammals and their status and their conservation. And probably I might take I might take about 30 minutes, and I will provide a brief about the persistence of the mammals, and then now I will.
नहीं वही है, इसका तो करंट वाला ही है, आज का ही है चल रहा है। वही का
Participants, please mute your microphone.
ये क्या दूसरा किसका लगा दिया ना?
Uploaded. Is my screen is visible now? Shall I go ahead?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Please go ahead.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Mammals and their conservation in Kudremukh and Bannerghatta National Parks. Only they are national parks. So I will brief about these. Brief. Bannerghatta National Park, it is a very linear national park of about 104 square kilometer. It is in Bangalore district, and this place basically, if you look at it, it is very close to the town. There is an urban prawn, and so much of urban development is happening and in and around the even this national park, and it is with so much of a pressure. And further, the system is very linear system. And this has to be considered that still, what is there in this area, though since it is almost a urban national park. And this park is basically a western tip of Eastern Ghats, and can be expected some of the elements of Eastern Ghats. And this park is maximum of about 6 kilometers in the length, and the width is as 0.3 kilometer to 5 kilometer width. That indicates that how it is a very narrow system that this national park is. And one of the major thing is it is connective link. From that angle, this has to be considered as an important unit in the conservation because it is a link between the certain forests in the Tali Reserve and Billikal Reserve and towards the north and the other side, and in south, Kaveri Wildlife Sanctuary. So then it acts as a major link between the certain pockets of the forest network in the system. And by and large, the habitat of this park is scrub and deciduous forest, and in certain area where there is a bit of a riparian system, so the riparian vegetation and moist deciduous forest is there. And one of the key feature of this place is it also has a biological part that is different from the national park, where the more emphasis has been given for the butterflies, and it is a kind of a biological part for the butterflies. This map shows that type of the vegetation of the park, and this is the linear links, and largely dominated by deciduous and thorny scrub forests. And we have done a small work. It is not such a big work, basically to document the biodiversity of the park in the area in a brief period. Today, just I would like to share that information, what the work that we have done. We have overlaid the grids, about 5 square kilometer over the park shade file, and we consider that each unit as a sampling unit. But however, since considering the proportion of habitat available, and we could consider only certain grids for the sampling, but we could not do it for all the places because of various reasons. So that is indicated that these are all the grids that is not properly sampled. Only sampled grids are with the hatch. And how we have sampled, we established there a diagonal line in the grid, and within this grid that we sampled for birds, plants, and mammal droppings. Here today I am going to share only of the mammal information. In addition to this, the certain mammals that we could not get information by droppings are from a conventional method. For example, flying squirrels, arboreal and nocturnal mammals. We also walked, surveyed the area during the night time and also during the daytime. And based on the available literature, and we had a list of mammals. This is only for the large mammal. This is excluding rodents, small rodents, and also chiropterans. We expected many species, but we could record at least the persistence of even leopards and So it indicates that though the patch is very narrow, but still it is quite a lot of species persist in the national park. During the night survey, we recorded about 4 slender lodis, the encounter rate in Banerghatta, and another range, that is one animal we have recorded, totally 5, and Asian palm civets and small Indian civets also we recorded during the night surveys. And this is the rate of droppings in per hectare that is calculated. For on the other hand, if you look at a cheetal and livestock dung density, and it is highly correlated. Basically, this is the kind of a grazing area where both the species are used, means domestic animals are also they go for grazing, and the same area is also used by cheetal, and this is the area that requires more attention from the point of conservation. And Munchak with the number increased with the increase in the mean NDVI. That means the good canopy cover more shady area, and the abundance was high. So some of the important thing, if there is a woody trees and certain animals will be there, and if this becomes a kind of a conservation issue in the area. And here, this is the basically gives a kind of a array of what mammal present, and also where they occupy, and what type of other issues are there. I'm not going to highlight much of it, but that is what is highlighted, and this will be the baseline data that is first time baseline data that is established, and this can be further used for the further survey of the animals and developing the action plan, conservation plan, and other things to address the issues. And those often seen, they are seasonal. That's what is nothing, because once in a while they visit, because usually they are found in corridors. And often, leopards, they move out of the park, and having a higher conflict rate. And even yesterday also, one of the leopard was got roadkill in the same area. Often the roadkills are common of leopards, which is of a very important and concern issue, because the prey base is very less, and obviously they move out. And since it is also a kind of a corridor, and since the forest stretch is 0.3 in some of the area, they are forced to move out, and it is the major issue for the management of these animals. And hunting pressure is there, and in certain area we have witnessed many of snares and direct using of a muzzle loading gun and these type of activities. So probably that has affected the density of the herbivores. And firewood collection and quarries and sand mining, and these are all the activities that has been observed, and it's very difficult to have a control over these issues because of the kind of a linear system. And land conversion is also happening in certain belts, with so much of political will is required if it has to be addressed. And so in spite of all these things, still some species, many species are there, and if the recolonization happens, if it happens, and if it has to be further it has to be conserved, then we have to really think of increasing the weight, then only this issue can be addressed with in case of Banerghatta National Park. So this is all about Banerghatta National Park. Since I was given 2 national parks to cover it, and I will go to next national park, that is Kudremukh National Park. And Kudremukh National Park, I'm not just going to address only of the Kudremukh National Park. This is one of the large forest complex in the Western Ghats. This Kudremukh complex is it is in the central Western Ghats, and the complex of 3 protected areas. This is the Kudremukh National Park and Someshwara Wildlife Sanctuary and Mookambika Wildlife Sanctuary. And if you, as I think many of you are all aware of it, that what is Western Ghats, and I don't need to explain. At the higher altitude, and there's a rolling grass with Shola forest patches, and once it comes to the immediately after this set of a system, the continuous evergreen forest is there. This is the kind of habitat. In the entire complex of Kudremukh, it is known for various aspects actually, and just I would like to highlight few of them in the next slide. And before that, just I would like to give a idea. This is Kudremukh National Park is having about 4 forest ranges and 2 ranges in Someshwara Wildlife Sanctuary, and Mookambika there are 2 ranges. The total area of Kudremukh National Park is about 600 square kilometers. Someshwara is about 314 square kilometers. Mookambika Wildlife Sanctuary is 370 square kilometers. And just 2 years back, it was not like this basically. And this, so Mookambika was one, and this area was actually not a protected area. It was a reserve forest range. And the same way, this patch was also of not a protected area. Recently, after projecting of several species of the, especially arboreal mammals and the tiger, after highlighting this one, and after so much of a lobbying, and ultimately, these 2 ranges got notification and connected to the respective patches, means protected areas. Like this one has been connected to the Mookambika, and this one has has become part of the Someshwara Wildlife Sanctuary. Now this has become a kind of a continuous corridor for almost a really long stretch, and later it also connects to the another sanctuary in the north, that is the Sharavati Wildlife Sanctuary, and further south also it connects to the another reserve forest, which is thus the network of protected area was really created. Many for many animals, it acts as a major corridor, and also for them to establish or recolonize it in the patches, because in some of the areas were almost many animals were disappeared, and now this would help in addressing those issues. One of the major issue in Kudremukh National Park was, it was leased to KOICL for a longer period, and heavy mining was done especially in the peaks of Kudremukh National Park. After so much of a struggle and movements and demonstration of showing the importance of this system, and recent means sometime back, some years back, ultimately the mining was stopped, and after a settlement of a court case, that it was clear. Now this is the but however, it requires a lot of restoration activities and bringing back the forest in the many of the area where it is totally really damaged by so much of mining activities and polluting the water. It was one of the major issue that was there in the Kudremukh, but now it is free of that one. But however, it is not restored. Still, the restoration only can help to bring back the population of several species of mammals, not only mammals, even other animals. And especially once it comes to the Western Ghats, the primates are the major key species because they represents the canopy, and if the canopy is there, then they will be there in good number. So canopy animal, I will keep it that as a center, and I will showcase that the small work that we have done it and what that data says. Yeah, before that, just I would like to highlight what are all the primates in the Western Ghats, so then people will have an idea. So basically, the slender loris. Slender loris is one of the nocturnal primate, and we have two subspecies of slender loris in India. One is Lydicarinus lydicarinus, Loris lydicarinus malabaricus. Here in the Western Ghats, what is important is basically the Malabar slender loris. This species, that is what is found in the Western Ghats area. And Lydicarinus lydicarinus is largely found in the Eastern Ghats and the seaward side of the even Western Ghats and some of these belts. Nilgiri langur, confined to southern Western Ghats. Basically, it is south of Sri Mangala in Brahmagiri Wildlife Sanctuary in Karnataka to south. And this is one of the, again, vulnerable species. And Hanuman langur, of course, Hanuman langur has been, classified as several species. One of the species earlier it was considered as a Dusumeri, but now I think even this has been reclassified as a Hypoleucus, this species, and Hypoleucus and Pran, and there are few species still require a more taxonomic attention that is found in the certain areas of south, especially Nagarvale and adjoining areas. Bonnet macaque, one of the most generalist species, and there are two subspecies. One is in northern Western Ghat is radiata, the other one is radiata diluta. And the lion-tailed macaque, one of the endangered species, and found only in the evergreen forest stretch of the Western Ghats. And my major focus, here I will provide on the lion-tailed macaque. This is one of the endangered species and also Schedule 1 species, and species is endemic to rainforests of the Western Ghats. And at one point of a time, I can say it was ignored from the conservation and management. And this can be considered as a kind of an umbrella species in the Western Ghats, especially keeping rainforest in the mind. And this is the species, why this number is. Because compared to many other species, macaque species, they have a long maturity period. For example, if we take a bonnet macaque, by females will mature by 3 years, and males will mature by 5 to 6 years. But on the other hand, here, lion-tailed macaque requires additional 2 years, means the females will mature somewhere after 4.5, 5 years, where the lion-tailed macaque males will mature somewhere around 6 to 7 years. So that long maturity period, but the lifespan will be almost about 20 years. Single litter, and they're so habitat specialists. And because of probably many of these evolutionary traits, that number remain very low. Well, initially, it was thought about 600 probably animals left in the Western Ghats. Over the period, the number changed. But one of the major number always projected is in 2003, there was a coordinated assessment of the population with all the by consulting all the people who have worked on this species, and ultimately it was arrived to about 3,500 animals in the Western Ghats. What we have done, we wanted to local population, because as this Kudremukh complex is one of the major habitat of the lion-tailed macaque, so population assessment was made sometime back in 2014 and 15, and That now after that it has become a part of the regular activity in the forest department, and we overlaid about 5 square kilometer grids on the evergreen forests of this entire forest complex, and considered that each grid should be sampled a few times, and minimum of 4 times of about 2 kilometers of a stretch, and what was made in the morning hours, and the walk was considered that we have to cover in a S shape, so then we will be able to survey the entire grid area. Otherwise, what happens is the 2 kilometer can be in one corner also. But however, we failed to address this particular issue as due to the terrain issues. But theoretically, this is what is more ideal. And yeah, this is what is the habitat. Basically, forest types in the this entire complex, and we overlaid a 5 square kilometer grid in the entire landscape, and we removed some of the grids as it is only having grass hills and rocky outcrops in many of these areas. And about 260-70 grids were considered ultimately to survey in this entire complex. And during the survey, once we started walking on these paths and kept silently once the animals are detected, and without having eye contact, and spent quite some time, and then basically these macaques walk in a line if there is any disturbance, and between the branch to the branch or tree to the tree, and that is the time that easy to count these animals, and the count was made, and all other required data was collected. And to understand the demography and social organization of these animals, so you can see the morphological differences between these animals. If you look at the mane of the female, it is the shape is a V shape, and where the male is having a different shape of a mane. That is one of the major difference, and more thicker fur mane basically in case of male, and the posture of the male is always important to identify it. And of course, nipple is one of the major clue to identify the females. This one, and this is the younger animal. The body posture indicates that, and also body size and the main thickness indicates the young animal. Males and the female. And the walk was made, this is where we have walked, as I have told, that the terrain is very hard and is shaped, we could not make it, so that, the shape went, different, shapes, but we were able to put a good amount of effort of assessing so much of a large space. And ultimately, we were, we encountered, light-tailed macaques number, but light-tailed macaque number was relatively less, and the bonnet macaque is next, and the Hanuman langur is relatively abundant in the entire complex. And we also collected the social organization of these animals, and this is basically the data that I'm just sharing it. The summary of that data is here, and we collected a group composition for about 20 groups of light-tailed macaque and 12 groups of bonnet macaque and Hanuman langur 20 group. And basically, what is important is the mean group size of light-tailed macaque is 15.9. This is relatively lesser than the other locations, and 18 point, using the various ways of a total count method, that individual group was identified, and the location of all those groups are mapped, and this is of about a 39 group that is as a and this provides a detail of those population. Kudremukh National Park, the sighting was 44 and the estimated groups are 21, and the population size is of about 392, and Someshwar is about 85, and Mukambika, 107. The total population, it was 39, and about 585 individuals is estimated populations for this entire complex. And this is range-wise the detail. And what is important here, what I am comparing is, there was one survey which was done by Dr. Ullas Karl long back, that is in 85, but this entire survey was done with the secondary information. Though it was done with the secondary information, the accuracy level of the location of the group and group size was relatively, it was decent, and thus just we have compared our 2015 data with the 85. This indicates that about 50% of the group of 85 is declined, and only 21 groups in the entire Kudremukh National Park with 393. And in Someshwar Wildlife Sanctuary, 20 group was reported, and it has come down drastically to 8, and it is only 86 individuals, almost you can say it is half of it. And Mukambika Wildlife Sanctuary, it is 18 group was reported with about 140 individuals, where the 10 groups are there. But still numbers wise, they are doing good, probably because of the mean group size. This is what is the population comparison between these two periods. This indicates that over the period, the population of lion-tailed macaque has gone down, but still persists. Probably the recent joining of many reserve forests and increased protection, we expect that the population probably again further expand, and there is probably more groups that we might see, because as the group size increases, there is a splitting is possible, and recolonization is also possible in some of the patches where there are totally empty. And details of occupancy modeling and those things that I'm not going to share, but as the lion-tailed macaque is the major animal, and this decline need to be considered, and in the conservation and management that has been taken up by the department, and hope to see more positive things in the near future. And with this, I would like to compare this status of this population, though it is 39, with known information across the Western Ghats, where we know other population. If you look at here, still this Kudremukh complex is one of the largest complex, having the highest number of lion-tailed macaque growth in the entire Western Ghats. That's where it carries a much more weightage for the Kudremukh, this complex. And thus the long-term monitoring and more conservation activities, whatever is initiated, hope it will further increase the population size. And with this information, I would like to end my talk. And thanks for this, giving this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kumara,
Yeah.
for a very informative presentation. I move towards Dr. Sinha. Dr. Sinha?
Yes, I mean, thank you.
Please
First of all, I must
conclude.
thank you, Dr. H.N. Kumara, for this brilliant presentation. Basically, the Banerghata is known for the safari, the biological park section. Today we know it for 20 odd number of large mammals, right? And second, what I have my comment on Kudremukh is basically known for IOM, that is iron ore mining. Now people will know it as LTM, land of LTM, lion-tailed macaque. You presented so brilliantly the diversity and different population, characteristic of all the primates in the. And you have done in-depth research on primates, I think. So it was very interesting, and I hope others have enjoyed your talk and have learned. At least I have learned so many things from your both of your presentations. especially the Kudremukh part, because these small protected areas, especially like Banerghatta, they are not highlighted for their ecological richness or abundance of different species. So it was very interesting to listen on this Banerghatta. Otherwise, yes, otherwise it is known mainly for its safari. So thank you very much. And I think one or two questions are there in the message box. Should you like to take it?
Yes, yes, please. Yes.
Sure.
One is Somana Datta is asking, Kumar sir, please tell for tree survey also. How many times in 5 years should the tree survey be done? And the next question is again from the same person. Are more trees being planted every year, and those which animals are using? Basically, I think it relates to Kudremukh.
In Kudremukh, we have not done the tree survey, and only lion-tailed macaque primate survey that we have done it. And now, initially we have done only once. After that, now the forest department, got interested to, to make it as their regular program, their affine, and they have been doing it now for every 3 years. And to understand, because as they have expanded the basically their range, and they have added more area into the network of the protected area, now they want to emphasize more into those areas, whether the lion-tailed macaques will further establish in those areas, because there are many gaps, and that's what is their interest. But then this year again they are doing it. Basically, we are now supporting the department scientifically, and we are making the department to do it as such, because they feel their responsibility and they feel their ownness. So that's what I know it is going on, so that it has become part of the regular activity of the department. But I didn't get a question on the tree thing, and could you repeat about that one?
Sir, I'm asking, the animals are living on the trees, they are using these trees. So do we have a minimum population of these trees in these parks, or are they being planted every year? Because like we say for China, that panda is disappearing because the bamboo cultivation is not happening. So is it the same case in these parks also? That is what I was asking. Thank you, sir.
Right, ma'am. Unfortunately, we have put so much of effort, but the number of detection of arboreal mammals, especially squirrels, we could not make out. We could not locate it or record it, because that requires a good canopy forest. That is totally missing, and there is quite a lot of bamboo plantation, and secondary growth is more in these areas and highly exploited. Since the slender lores, they are not a fruit eater, they are insectivorous species, they can survive even if there is a little bit of a connectivity, because insects will be there and grasshoppers and some of these kind of a thing. But they cannot jump and move. So that even a small connectivity, if it is there, they can survive. That's why only in certain pockets where there is a good connectivity, there are there is a population, but in most of the area where there is so much of degradation and discontinuity of the forest is there, the population has totally disappeared.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Dr. Kumara, I have a small question. Because the Kudremukh, it was quite disturbed due to anthropogenic activity. What is the status of invasive plants in Kudremukh?
Invasive species assessment is also done by recently some of the people, Shrungeri, and they started monitoring the vegetation, and especially in the mining area and the surrounding area, there is quite a lot of invasive species out there, and there was also kind of a debate to go for the proper restoration program. There was a dialogue between the department and the Wildlife Institute of India to take up that work, but that equation, I don't know, it didn't work or something happened, and that didn't happen, but still, only invasive species is there. But I don't know much about the list of the invasive species. I have to go through it, but it is there in the document. And but there is quite a lot of invasive species in all the mining area and surrounding grass patches.
And what about in Banarghata? Because low density of animals, it could be poor habitat due to invasives.
Quite a lot of invasive species. Lantana is almost taken over, and largely Lantana park, you can say. It is very unfortunate, but it is difficult to manage because the cattle and livestock movement is quite a lot in the area, and they also disperse these seeds, and obviously the invasion rate is very high.
Thank you for that.
Very good.
Over to Dr. Ansari.
Very good. Salimani Center is very famous for the work, so I know. So Dr. Subramani was there in botany. I think he has told 39 groups of LTM is found, so it's very big. Because Dr. Alfred once delivered lecture on this in the Delhi Science Congress. So I remember. So this LTM is in schedule also. It's the appendix. So it is very. You have done a very wide survey. So many wildlife sanctuary and parks we have covered, and important animals like this LTM, lion-tailed macaw. So 39 centers is so much. So that's I think good work, and in future I think for protecting this, there are also many big cats are there. Big cats are there, not much, but in these areas, because of the less densities of prey, they don't get prey also, you are telling. So elephants are more, as it is also. They serve as a keystone species for others. So it is good. I think it's a marvelous study, and the Salim Ali Center will excel in future. Wish you all the best. It's very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Ansari.
Yes.
Dr. Sinha, for the nice comments and conclusion, and very thanks to Dr. Kumara for very informative presentation. The speaker of our next session is Dr. Aditi Sharma. Dr. Aditi Sharma. Dr. Aditi Sharma, Senior Veterinary Officer, Rajaji Tiger Reserve, Uttarakhand. Madam Sharma, please prepare your slide for the presentation. And okay, and the chairperson of the session is Mr. Santhanan, IFM.
Sanatanan.
Mr. Sanatanan. Sanatanan.
No, I am Sanatan, madam. I am Chief Conservator of Forest.
Okay, sir. Mr. Sanatanan, you are the chairperson of the session, and co-chairperson of the session is Mr. L. Jathang, IFS DFO, Ajal, Mizoram. Please submit a brief. We request to chairman, please submit a brief biodata of speaker and preside over the session.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Hello, I am audible?
Yeah.
Hello, I am audible, madam?
Yes, you are audible. Before going to the presentation, please submit the brief biodata.
Thank you for inviting me as a chairperson of the session. Today's named speaker is Dr. Aditi Sharma. She is a senior veterinary officer working with the Uttarakhand Government Veterinary Department. She has completed his master degree in veterinary science, and she joined the veterinary department in 2003. After his fascinating interest in wildlife, she joined forest department, and she has done his advanced diploma course with Wildlife Institute of India. After that, from 2015, she was posted on deputation as a senior veterinary officer in Rajaji Tiger Reserve. And I would like to tell you, I joined as a director Rajaji 2016, and she was posted. But I was little confused कि a lady also can do something better in this wildlife sector. But during my tenure, she worked with me as a vet. She has done a tremendous job regarding the human-wildlife conflict mitigation. Rajaji Tiger Reserve is a very well known for all wildlife problems like human-wildlife conflict, which includes the leopards, tigers, and elephant conflict is very frequent in this tiger reserve. She had done a very tremendous job regarding the rehabilitation of elephant. It was the first time in Uttarakhand that we had translocated a conflict elephant who killed at least 3 people in the pass area of the BHEL Haridwar. We captured it and twice a time. Firstly, we had as protocol, we collared him, and again it comes to conflict base, and then after we got the permission to recapture, and we had rehabilitated his courageous power to. I request to Dr. Aditi Sharma, please. She has also a very good experience regarding the tranquilization, and she has done a number of courses in India and outside of abroad, outside India, and his very good work regarding the wildlife conservation and conflict mitigation. Her talk is a very relevant topic, that is the human-wildlife conflict derives and its mitigations. I think he will present a good concept and a good lecture on this. I invite Dr. Aditi Sharma, please deliver her lecture.
Thank you so much, Sanatan sir. Of course, as you said, it was a really good experience working under your guidance. And thanks for all your support which you have given and all the confidence that you had in me. So that is why I could work. Next, I'm feeling very privileged that I have been invited on this platform to share my views. So I would like to thank Dr. Mishra, of course, because he was the one who invited me, and then the whole team, the college of Riga, and the other associates who have jointly organized this conference or webinar. So thanks a lot for having me here, and now I can start my session. So it's on human-wildlife conflict drivers and mitigation measures. So whenever we talk about any problem, being a doctor, I would like to explain in a bit different way. Like if we are talking about some disease, so we would like to know that what is the etiology which is causing it. Like is it a bacteria or a virus or any other thing which is causing, and then what is the diagnosis, and then what is the treatment. So the same way these concepts apply to every field. So when we talk of human-wildlife conflict, when we call it human-wildlife interaction, it's something different. It can be positive as well as negative. But when the interaction is negative and is causing harm or losses to either maybe humans or animals, then it's called conflict. And then we have to think over that what are the drivers, what are the factors responsible for this conflict, and how we can solve these. This is a very broad field. It has a number of things in it, and it needs a very good analysis of all the factors and also the analysis of the mitigation measures. So if I talk about my state, like say Uttarakhand, then the major species of wild animals involved in conflict are leopard, tiger, the big cats, then elephants, deer on the hills, nilgai, wild boar, and crocodiles. But if we specifically talk about Rajaji Tiger Reserve, then the conflict species mainly are leopards and elephants. Then we should understand, before acting upon the conflict, going for any mitigation measure, we have to understand that what is the nature of the conflict, what is the type of the conflict. Then only accordingly we have to decide the mitigation measure to be taken. So it can be either in the form of human injury or death. It may be livestock injury or death. It may be in the form of crop raiding or damage, like in case of elephant conflict. Property loss or damage, again in the case of elephant conflict. And of course, last but not the least, psychological stress and fear in the people for the conflict. Now, when we know the type of the conflict, then we should think about the nature of the conflict. Whether this conflict is intentional, the animal has the habit of coming into conflict and attacking the people or the livestock, or it's an accidental encounter and the animal is not to be blamed for it. So we have to analyze the nature of the conflict. Like if I talk specifically about Rajaji, then most of the cases, there were approximately around 23 cases of casualties over the 4 years, but 80% of the cases were accidental encounters and not the intentional ones. So we acted accordingly. Now, what are the drivers of conflict? When we talk about the drivers of the conflict or the factors which are responsible for the conflict, we can divide them into two classes or categories, primary and secondary. Because if we decide on the priority basis, some factors are much more significant, they have more significance in causing the conflict rather than in comparison to the others. First, we will see what the primary drivers of the human-wildlife conflict are. First and foremost, and very important for us to understand, is that mostly we blame the animals and we say that this is a conflict animal. But we have to understand this thing, that rather than saying the conflict animal, we ourselves are also responsible for this conflict. Because the explosion of the human population, uncontrolled explosion of the human population, and because of that, the increasing anthropogenic pressure, encroachment of the forest area is a major problem, which is the cause of the conflict, because we are encroaching the habitat of the wild animals. We are just finishing the gap which used to be there earlier between the forest area and the residential area. The interface is now becoming very narrow because there is a just the core area of the forest is adjacent to the residential areas. There are such situations in Rajaji also. So this is a very significant cause, because now the accidental encounters increase when such things happen. Then the narrow human livestock wildlife interface, which I said just now, is another very important factor. Habitat fragmentation due to linear developments, the encroachment of the forest area or the habitat of the wild animals, and the linear developments. Both of them are causing the degradation and fragmentation of the habitat. And when the habitat gets fragmented or degraded, then of course it cannot support the number of wild animals it used to support earlier. And also the natural resources, the prey density, all these things are also affected. Now, the problem is that in our country, we lack a policy for surplus population of wild animals. Say, if I talk about the other countries like South Africa or other African countries or Kenya or any other country, they have the provision of issuing the hunting permit for the surplus population. Because we very well know that if the population of the wild animals is more than the carrying capacity, that means it's more than the what the habitat can support. Of course, it's going to cause conflict. But in India, it's not allowed. Hunting is not at all allowed, not even for the surplus population. That is why we are facing the problem. The other thing which the government is doing is going for the sterilization programs, but that is not solving the problem completely. Now, the change in behavior and food habits of wild animals because of the narrow interface, or we can say that because of the increased interaction with the humans and the livestock. The change in behavior and food habits of the wild animals is another big problem and is the cause of the human-wildlife conflict. I'm sorry, but may I request that kindly mute your mics because I'm hearing a lot of noise in the background. Thank you so much. Other primary drivers of human-wildlife conflict are that we and livestock, the domestic animals, are sharing the habitat and the resources with the wild animals. So there is a kind of competition among the three populations, and that is why wherever there is a competition, there are less resources and there are more mouths to be fed. There is a conflict. Another thing which is important is blocked and non-functional wildlife corridors. Either the corridors are blocked because of the linear developments, or they are not being used, they are non-functional because of one or the other problem, or maybe because of that area is being used very frequently by the human beings. So those wildlife corridors are now not functional, and the wild animals are not getting proper corridors for their migration and their movement. So they come into encounters to the humans and the livestock, and the conflict happens. The change which has happened over the years and is responsible for the conflict is the decreased tolerance power of the people. Earlier, the people, they knew how to coexist with the wild animals. They were living happily inside the forest with the wild animals. They respected the wild animals, respected the forest, and they never overexploited the forest resources. But now the people are more into, they want to earn more money, and they have less ownership feeling for the forest and the forest resources and also for the wild animals. And they do not tolerate at all the straying of the wild animals into their residential area. And that is why if any wild animal strays into the village, they at once they demand that this animal should be either removed or should be killed. So this is also a very serious problem to be pondered upon. Communication gap between the forest department and the community is another big problem, because you know that a lot of problems can be solved by having dialogue. The forest department is a bit aloof and they frequently do not enter into dialogue with the community. So a number of misunderstandings happen, and that is why this communication gap is also not letting the forest department win the confidence of the community to have the ownership, to feel the ownership of the wild animals. Because in most of the cases, the people say that this is your animal and this you have the responsibility of this animal, and you should stop the animal from straying into the villages. This is what people think, that it's not our property. We don't have any responsibility towards the wild animals. It's the forest department only who has to take care of the wild animals because they are the property of the forest department. Then another thing which is attracting the wild animals, the straying wild animals into the residential areas or the say villages, is the unmanaged population of stray dogs. Because you know, any carnivore, say leopard or tiger, they have to try for at least 20 times. Then only once they get to really catch the prey. So if they are getting the prey so easily in form of stray dogs or say livestock, then why would they work so hard for hunting their natural prey? So gradually what is happening that they have started going after the easy prey in the form of stray dogs or in the form of livestock which is straying into the villages. So the habit of their food and the behavior is also changing. Even their movement pattern is changing because now they are coming out at the time when they know that we can get the stray dogs or the livestock. Improper waste disposal is another very big problem because you see, like in some villages, there are no proper places to dispose the carcasses of the livestock. And one such village is Raiwala around Motichur range of Rajaji Tiger Reserve. They always dispose the carcasses of their livestock in open area, and that area has become a frequent visiting place for the leopard in that area. Just because they are not disposing the carcass properly, they are now facing the problem of straying of the leopards into their areas. So if we focus on such little things which are directly or indirectly connected with the creation of the conflict, causing the conflict, then we can of course mitigate. Now, less significant but of course important factors are classified into secondary drivers of human-wildlife conflict. One is the changed behavior of leopard or elephant, as I said. So because of the changed behavior, because of the changed pattern of the movement, because of the changed time of their movement, there are now more chances of unusual accidental encounters. Because at the times when the people knew that this is not the normal time for the leopard or elephant to come out, now they are coming out because they are after the easy day. They know that there is stray livestock in the village, or the people, they also leave their livestock inside the forest for grazing, and then the stray dogs in the villages. So all these has changed the behavior. Change movement time, difficulty in avoiding encounters by taking precautions, because people are not aware that now this time also we can encounter the leopard, because they don't expect normally that the leopard or the tiger or the elephant will come out at this moment of time. But because of the changed movement, now the more accidents, more encounters are happening, and they are resulting into conflicts, say in form of either attack or in form of death. Low economic status of the people is also responsible for the conflict, because of their low economic status and because of their dependency on the forest, they are ready to risk their lives. I myself have seen and heard these things, because whenever we used to tell the people that, look, you can see the signage is put here that the leopards move in this area, so you should not go inside the forest. They used to think that this is our life and we are responsible for this. You need not to worry about us. And we have been doing this over the years. So we have to go, because if we will not go and collect the fodder or the fuel from the forest, then we will not be able to eat the food, because we don't have any other income generation source. Dependency of people on forest. That is why, because of this dependency, they have low willingness to accept the threat of leopard or elephant encounters, or say that they are compelled to take this risk because they have to survive. They have no other income generation source, so they are totally dependent on the forest, and they don't want to leave their dependency. And even if the forest department offers them that this is an alternative livelihood which you can adopt and you can earn money, but then also they are so habituated to living dependently on the forest that they don't want to accept those new income generation activities or programs. They are happy inside the forest with the risk of the attack and the kills by the leopards or elephants. Increased acceptance of human presence by the leopard or the elephant, because now the encounters are more, the interaction is more, the interface is narrow. So the animals, the wild animals who were earlier not habitual of seeing the human presence, now they are habitual to human presence and they're not scared, no more scared of the human presence. So this also increases the chances of human and wildlife encounters. Now, when we have to go for the mitigation, we have to plan it properly, and it has different processes and procedures which have to be taken into consideration. The first thing is, whenever you have to plan, you cannot just straight away go and plan something. You have to analyze the situation, whatever information, whatever resources you have, whatever, like if you have the staff, then what is the capacity, what is the caliber of the staff, whatever resources you have. So first you have to do the situation analysis, and in that analysis also comes that you identify the type and nature of the conflict. Then accordingly you decide the step to be taken. Once you have analyzed the situation, then you have to assess the type and magnitude of the conflict. Like is the conflict really big or significant to be intervened, or we can just leave it on its own to be solved? Is it really necessary to capture or remove the animal, or we can just drive away the animal into the forest? So all these things you have to be decided as per the situation analysis. Then if you decide that you have to intervene and you have to capture the animal or monitor the animal or remove the animal, then you have to take some due permissions from the concerned authorities. And by concerned authorities, I mean that the permission to tranquilize, to immobilize, has to be sought from Chief Wildlife Warden of the state. Without that permission, you cannot do anything about the wildlife. Then you have to identify the hotspots of the conflict. What are the hotspots? Where is the frequency of incidents more? Because if you want to act somewhere, if you want to plan for the capture of the conflict animal, then you have to know what spot, what site is most prone for to find the conflict, the conflict animal. Then estimation of the conflict animal species population around the conflict site. You need to have this idea also, because sometimes you know that, of course, it is, we know that like tigers, the leopards are also, they have a unique pattern and they can be identified. And when we monitor through camera traps, we can identify that which particular animal is to be monitored. But still, because we have not seen that animal actually attacking or killing the human being or the livestock, we just have to assume on the basis of the frequency of capture in the camera trap at the place of incidence that, okay, this animal is our target. And we also have to know that how many leopards or tigers or whatever wildlife species we are targeting upon are there in this area. Accordingly, you have to make your plan, because in that case, like if you are capturing more than 1 or 2 leopards, for example, in the camera traps, then you have to monitor furthermore to decide which one of these is our target animal. Predation and risk mapping is to be done. We have to find out the sites which are more vulnerable to be attacked or visited by the conflict animal. Assessment of preparedness and resources availability is very important if you really want to manage the conflict, because if you go half prepared or incomplete preparation, then you will never succeed. Because many small things, though they are small, but they are very important when you go for the capture operation. Like if I give the example of the remote syringe projector, or what you say in the layman language as tranquilizing gun. So there is a breech pin which is fitted into the barrel on the opposite side. Once you put the dart in, then you fix the breech pin at the back. So if just in case you are not carrying, you have missed to carry that breech pin, you cannot use the tranquilizing gun. So each and every smallest thing is also very important. So you need to have a checklist before you go into the actual field operation. You have to have the checklist, and you should see that you are fully prepared. And under preparation also comes the instructions, the role delegations. The people, the team members should not be confused. They should be very clear on their roles, who has to do what, and a clear instruction. Otherwise, you will create a mess in the field at the time of the capture of the animal. And that would be very difficult because a lot of crowd is also there. A lot of mob is also there to be managed along with the rescue operation or the capture operation. Evaluation of the capacity and skills of the officers and staff to manage the conflict. Now, this is important because this is a very technical and skilled thing to be done. So the staff and the officers who are involved, who are the team members who are going to execute the operation, should be very much trained and skilled and experienced to carry out the operations. Identify the conflict causing wild animal, track it, monitor, plan, and then capture if required. Always the removal is not the solution, or I can say that most of the times, at least 99%, the removal or capture is not a solution. Why? Because even if you capture the leopards, and we have observed this thing in our case in Rajaji Tiger Reserve, that whenever you capture or remove a leopard or a tiger or any wild animal from that area, another leopard or tiger or the wild animal, it comes and fills that space. So you are at the same position. We captured, say, around 11 leopards from that area, but still after that we had 13 or 14 leopards still in that area. So capturing and removal, shifting to another place is like shifting your problem from one place to another. And the other thing is that the wild animals, they have a very good memory and they have a very big home range. So even if you shift them to a far distant place, in case of say elephants, there are reports that they can come back even from 200 kilometers away, and same the leopards also come back to the same area. So you're just shifting the problem. So never opt for the capture or removal in the first as a first option. First try other things, then only you, if you are not left with any other option, then you should plan capture. And in case of capture, either you will release or you will rehabilitate in the rescue center. So in both the cases, if you are releasing, then you are just shifting the problem. If you are rehabilitating in the rescue center, then it's unfortunate to say, but it is the reality that we don't have that many rescue centers. And I would say the quality of the rescue centers or the budget allotted to the rescue centers is not enough to take the care of those rescued animals properly. So that is like a lifetime imprisonment, and that is like some injustice being done with those animals. Only in the case when you are fully assured, when you have I can say the evidence that yes, the scat of this particular leopard or this particular tiger has the presence of human DNA, then only you should try to shift that particular animal to the rescue center for the whole life. But then also I'll say, not only the presence of human DNA, it also not decides that this particular animal is man-eater, because you know that there can be a number of disposed human bodies due to some crime or something inside the forest, unclaimed human bodies, and may be possible that that particular leopard or tiger has consumed that body, not killed the particular human being. Then also you will find the human DNA, but we cannot do anything about it. So this is what we really do, that if we find the human DNA presence, then we try to put that animal into the rescue center. Health and evaluation of the captured animal and the decision to be released or rehabilitated is to be taken according to the health situation. If you are seeing that this particular animal is now not capable of hunting, and this would lead that animal to go after the easy prey in the form of stray dogs or some human beings or say livestock, then of course it is advisable that that particular animal should not be released back, because it can be a cause of conflict in future. If release is planned, then please remember that radio collaring the animal is, I cannot say mandatory, but it should be mandatory, because at least you will know where the animal is moving. Otherwise, you will have no clue where the animal went after you release the animal in the forest. So this is radio collaring is very important for the post-release monitoring. You will have all the data with you, and if required, you can recapture that animal. Like we have to do in the case of elephant in Rajaji. We first radio collared and released the elephant when it has killed 2 people. But then again, it came back to the same side from where it was captured, and it killed 1 more person. So because of the radio collar, we could know where the elephant is moving, and we could recapture that elephant. And today that elephant is living happily in the elephant camp of Rajaji Tiger Reserve. Now, human wildlife conflict mitigation, what are the recent trends are being taken, are being used by the people in different PAs and different reserves? Looking at it as human wildlife interaction, not conflict, just to address this positively, because psychological effect is also very important. If we are prejudiced that the animal is the conflict animal, and whenever it would stray, it would just cause the conflict, then we'll always see it negatively, and we will never be able to have see the positive side of the wildlife present in or adjacent to our area. Then creating a baseline data of conflict and hotspot mapping, because if you have this baseline data and you already know what are the hotspots, what are the vulnerable sites, then it would be very easy for you to act upon when required. Otherwise, when the incidents will happen, then you will start doing all this. So you will waste a lot of time. So it's better to have already in advance, you have these kind of data. Formation of dedicated RRT, rapid rescue team, primary rescue team, village protection force, whatever you call it, by whatever name you want to call it. But you should have a systematic plan, and you should have different rescue teams on different levels, say at the headquarter level, then at the division level, then you have one team at the range level, then you have at the sub-unit level. So these kind of teams, and in the village, please go for the participatory mode, and also involve the people around from the community into whatever you do, because they are the first one to see the conflict animal, and if they have confidence in you, they would work as messengers, and they would tell you the first-hand information, and you'll get the information as soon as they see the animal. So it's always better to have a dialogue with the community, do the awareness programs for those people, and take them along with you when you work. Capacity building of the forest officers and staff. As I said, the capacity building is very important because this is a technical work, and you have to be skilled, and you have to be experienced and expert of these things. Public awareness campaigns and promoting public participation in conflict mitigation is very important part to be played, because community, without the confidence of community, you can never mitigate the human wildlife conflict. We are fortunate that now we have a number of advanced techniques a number of advanced equipments which we can use nowadays. Like we have a number of advanced warning signs systems which can warn us in advance that the animal is approaching, either by creating some alarm sound, or say you have created a virtual fence, and as soon as the animal crosses that virtual fence or touches that virtual fence, you get the message. You have GSM cameras. You have a number of things which can warn you in advance. Use of advanced techniques and equipments for tracking, monitoring, immobilization, health screening, recording, and documenting the operation. So please build the capacity of your staff and yourself as well, and try to get accustomed with all these advanced techniques coming up. But I would say that also keep in mind the old traditional methods which were used. Some of them were very good. Like we talk about when we are tracking the animals, we used to have PIPs, impression pads. So that is still till date very important thing to be done in monitoring. Other recent trends which are being used, the advanced techniques, that now we have a number of different types of camera traps. We have GPS, compass, rangefinders, binoculars, all these things. They help us in tracking and monitoring of the target animal. There are GSM cameras, there are Cuddy link cameras. You can just create a circuit with one main home camera, and you can download the pictures. All the cameras, they transfer the pictures to the home camera, the main one, and you can just check one camera and you can have all the pictures. Use of advanced rescue equipments like catch pole, full body protector, jab stick, Dan inject, tranquilizing gun, blowpipe, net gun, many things. Public awareness campaigns, capture, then radio collaring, monitoring of leopards, tigers, and elephants. Physical and chemical trapping methods, you have to decide which method you want to use according to the species. Because like if I talk about the deer species, say sambar or say swamp deer, so in that case chemical bomas are used to capture the animals rather than the tranquilizer or immobilization. Same way Neel guys. So it depends, the whatever procedure you have to select, it depends on what species you want to capture. Advanced warning systems can be used, and different kind of barriers also, because it's not that you always want to capture the animal. Sometimes you just want to stop the animal from coming inside the residential area and damaging the property or the crop. So you can use a number of barriers like solar fencing, branches, and then they are tentacle fencing. They are just hanging. They are not grounded into the ground. They are just hanging like that. So they are known as tentacle fencing. Virtual fencing can be used. So all these things. Now in last, I just want to say one thing, the take home message, and it's totally up to you what you decide, what you think, what you perceive, and what you decide. That first thing, what is your perception about the conflict? Do you think that coexistence is the solution, or do you think capture is the solution? So, because as a manager or anybody who is involved into these operations, you have to take the decision whether capturing is a very good solution. Is it going to end your problem, or coexistence, like having a dialogue with the community, telling them about the importance of the wild animals, making them more tolerable towards the animals, have feeling more ownership for the animals, and understanding about the significance of conservation of the animals. What you think is more important, it's up to you. Because capture is not always a solution, as I said, because that space created by the removal of the conflict leopard or any other animal is soon occupied by another leopard. We don't have enough and well-designed rescue centers to accommodate them. And if the conflict animals are released in wild, they come back to the same place, even from very... And awarding them a life imprisonment in a rescue center is not a very good idea from welfare point of view. So keeping in mind all these points, now it's up to you to decide resistance or capture as the solution for the human-wildlife conflict. Addressing the animal welfare is equally important when we are capturing the target wild animal. So you are advised to use the drug of choice because they have a wider safety margin. Use of correct and advanced technique of capture so that the animal is not having unnecessary suffering or pain. The capture operation should not be stressful for the animal. Use appropriate health monitoring devices for the monitoring of the immobilized wild animal. Because when we go to the hospital or we have some patient of ours being admitted into the hospital, we really want all the facilities to be there inside the ICU. Why? Because we know that if all these things are being monitored, then of course we have a better knowledge of the status of the patient and we can treat the patient in a better way. So in the same way, the animals also, they also deserve the same kind of treatment. And you have to have an appropriate post-capture plan as well. It's not that you have just captured and now you're thinking what to do. So you have to have the post-capture plan in advance in your hand. There are some international courses which the people interested can attend. So this is the list. I'm not going to read them out, but this is the list which the people can, anyone interested in the wildlife management or wildlife capture techniques can go and do. Some are in like Zimbabwe, South Africa, then Kenya, Thailand, so all these courses. And these are some of the glimpses at the last, whatever I learned, different places with different species. So just I'm scrolling fast. These are immobilization and monitoring of different species of animals, and some of them which we don't have in India as well. This is our elephant camp. You can see that the elephants are having the foot bath, foot dip. This is for the foot care. It's copper sulfate and hydrogen peroxide in there. So this is, you can see how the nails of the elephant has to be trimmed. Otherwise, if they'll overgrow, they can injure the elephant. So thank you so much for being so patient and listening to me. And if you have any query, I'll be more than happy to answer. So I'll now stop sharing.
Okay. Over to the chairperson of the session. Please conclude the talk of Madam Sharma, chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Aditi Sharma. You have talked about in an elaborated way.
Just a minute, sir. Sir, just a minute. Before going through the conclusion, I may request to the audience, if you have any queries, you may ask the question from Sharma. Audience, please, if you have any queries. Okay, okay.
Madam, so this is Dr. Borkar from Goa. If you allow me one question, please.
Yeah, sure.
Dr. Aditi, I was curious to know, I mean, it's a fantastic presentation and let me wholeheartedly congratulate you for a very, very comprehensive speech. My curiosity is, how do you estimate the correct dose of the tranquilizer just with visual approximation, because the biometric attributes keep on varying? That's number one. And number two, in event of any overdose, I mean, how do you proceed with this antidote, delivery? Thank you so much for.
Okay. So your question has two parts. First thing is, yes, of course, we cannot know the exact weight of the animal. That is an estimation of the weight. But whatever drugs we have, it's not that there is one hard and fast figure for the dose. There is a range of dose which can be used. So most of the times we stay into the mid of the dose range and we decide the dose, calculate the dose for the animal. And the things which we keep in mind while estimating the weight is whether the animal is healthy, whether it's a male or female, what is the season like, whether it's dehydrated, is it injured, So all these things, when we keep in our mind, we have a comparatively good estimation, because all these things, they change the dose range to be chosen. So I cannot say that we always choose the correct dose, but we try to stay in the mid range, neither on the lower side, neither on the high side. But yes, sometimes it can happen that we end up in giving the dose on the higher side. So in that case, we have to give the antidote. Like if I'll talk about xylazine and ketamine, or say medetomidine, then for xylazine, medetomidine, for etofin, we have the antidotes, but for ketamine, we don't have the antidote. So we have to keep this in mind, that the drugs for which we don't have the antidote, we should avoid using them more, and we should use, that's when we decide what is the drug of choice for the particular species, because it's very important that we should have the antidote for that. So in case of dosing, we can then give the antidote and decrease the level of immunization. And when I tell us.
Okay, over to Dr. Santhanam. Class for
Regions, and even you have also material about the conflict material to the choking of the corridors, as he said told. And secondly, the fringes of the Rajaji, that the fringes has been very close to the PA areas in the Rajaji Tiger Reserve. Now the time has been come. We have to think about that. There should be. Secondly, what is the reason behind that people are against the wildlife? We are talking about, always talking about the protection. The people living in and around
are very much aware in the mainland. Today I will present this the oriental trait of wildlife, which happened in Mizoram. And as much as my look is different from all the participants, the one that I will be presenting will also be different. So this is Mizoram at a glance. Mizoram.
Okay, Mr. Jet Singh. Your slide is appearing in the screen. Please go ahead for your presentation.
Okay. Thank you once again. So as much as I look different from the participant, my presentation will also be a little bit different from the mainland. The species will be different. Something wrong with my presentation? Mizoram is this 21 square kilometers. Comparing to the national thing, this is 0.64% from the geographical area of India. And the total population, projected population for 2021 will be 13 lakh. That will be 0.093% from India. And this geographical location is in the southeasternmost of India. Mizoram is bordering in the north by Assam and Manipur, in the east and south by Myanmar, and on the west by Bangladesh. Average temperature is 250 centimeter per year, and average temperature in winter is around 11 to 21, whereas summer temperature is 20 to 33. These are the Mizoram situation. thì là okay. Network is okay. Mà sẽ kakal thì lâu tắt. The next slide kakal thì lâu.
Yeah, I think Mr. Jadangya, your slide is seen. We can see your slide. I don't know who is operating the slide, but if you are not operating, then you can always say next, and the person who is operating
Okay,
will know
okay.
next.
I will call upon for the next slide like that, because from here my something problem. So state symbol is zero. State animal is zero. State bird is Humbartail fission. State flower is red vanda. State tea is Missoferia. Next, please. I will not present very long. Yes. So in Mizoram we have 11 protected areas, and the last serial number 10 and 11 are very new. So these two protected areas of the last two may not be on the website of WII or in the ministry. So if you see on the map, in this green dotted are the protected areas of location of protected areas of Mizoram. Of the 21,000 square kilometers of the state, our total area of protected areas are 1952 square kilometers for these 11 protected areas. Next, please. So wildlife in general in Mizoram is Mizoram is in the northeast India. It sandwiched by Bangladesh on the west and Myanmar in the east. So this it lies in the transition zone of Indian, Indo-Malayan, and Indo-Chinese biogeographic zone. So the wildlife species are also a little bit different from the mainland, and majority of our wildlife these are oriental trait. So our protected areas in Mizoram are with a varying height from 100 meter to 57 meter peak. So geographical area as it has represented that I have already said. Mizoram is though it is very small, but we still can boast of 7 felids of the 15 in India, which 3 are endemic to Northeast India, and other numerous carnivore species, small carnivore species. And in India, out of 15 primates, Mizoram, a small state, is still having 8 species of primates, and bird species 422 bird species as recorded by Mr. Chowdhury. This is still not exhaustive. A comprehensive study is that, as far as I understand, there is no comprehensive study. And why we are not having too much species of birds, because in Mizoram we do not have wetland like in the plain, in the mainland. So waterfalls are very, very less, except these few species which are winter visits. A handful of waterfalls, except that all other baths are resident, and these baths are forested baths. So Mizoram is also rich in butterflies, and even though we are boast of this diversity, but overall the population densities are very, very sparse, because in Mizoram is fully it's a very, very hostile habitat for wildlife, because the hills are very, very sharp, whereas the valleys are V-gorge shaped, no flat land. That's why the habitat is very hostile, not very conducive for population density. But in this case, meanwhile, diversity is very good. Next, please. So let me go to individual protected areas in the subject. As I said, there are 11 11 protected areas. The first one will be Dampa Tiger Reserve. This Dampa Tiger Reserve is the only tiger reserve in Mizoram. It lies in the southeasternmost of India, and the population is a single population, very different from other part of India. And Dampa Tiger Reserve is unlike Rajaji or Corbett or Kaziranga or any other tiger reserve. Photo capture of tiger is very, very difficult. During this year, we have captured one tiger. Otherwise, the presence of tigers are confirmed only through DNA analysis, through scat analysis. And this Dampa Tiger Reserve is located in the Bangladesh, Tripura, Mizoram tri-junction. It is the largest protected areas of Mizoram. Next.
Okay, sir. Due to interruption in light,
Am I audible?
Due to interruption, electricity is not here. Therefore,
Hello?
yes, interruption. Okay, sir.
Am I audible?
You are audible, but electricity is not here. Therefore, we are unable to play our slides. It shall be more better that please you go through the oral talk, if it is possible. Okay, sir. Please. Please go through the oral talk.
Okay.
Please submit the brief findings of your work.
Yeah, in Mizoram we have, as I said, 11 protected areas for a varying height. Dampa Tiger Reserve is our well-known tiger reserve. Other, we have 2 national parks. These 2 national parks are Phongpui National Park as well as Phongpui National Park and Murlen National Park. And these 2 national parks are in the higher reaches. And also Lengteng Wildlife Sanctuaries. These are above 2,000 meters. So the species are also different, especially these high altitude species are like, especially in galliforms, Mrs. Holmes, Bartel, Fijan, Tragopan, and all others, these partridges, button quails, these are the species. And regarding the primates, Mizoram is endemic to not only Mizoram, sharing with Northeast. Out of 8 species of primates, 6 are endemic to, in fact, 7 are endemic to Northeast India, like Hulok gibbon, the only ape species in India, non-human primates, and stump-tail macaque, rhesus macaque, Kepet langur, the cousin of your Hanuman langur. This will come in the last slide of the picture that will be coming with you. If it can shown in the picture, the last picture in the photo, that will be better. But anyway, the species, the wildlife species in Mizoram are comparing to India, they are different. Endemic to majority of our species are endemic to Northeast India. Within the Northeast India, this fire leaf monkey, and some people also call it a spectacle monkey because it wears a chasma. So this is highly endemic to Mizoram and its surrounding area, Mizoram, Tripura, and Mizoram bordering states, not throughout India also. So these are our wildlife, our protected areas, Mizoram is still trying, but we also have a problem regarding this awareness is not very high. And just a few minutes ago, Madam Aditi have presented human-wildlife conflict very well in Rajaji. But here, our human-wildlife conflict, even a small things, crop depredation, crop raiding is also taking very serious. So these are some of the problem happened in happened in Mizoram. So these are the thing. Can if my slide can be shared, 3 slides be shown in the participant may be very interested. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, but so far electricity is not here. Therefore, we have slides. Hence, we are requested to please submit a brief work, whatever you have done, and just the light come here. I will try to again connect you through the slides.
Okay. With this, nothing much to share without the slide. Let me summarize.
Okay, sir, you summarize, please. You summarize the work.
Yes, I will summarize that wildlife species in Mizoram are different from the mainland because the habitat testing thing that you might like to know. As and when it is available, you showed my presentation at the last slide, 3 slides, which will be very interesting for you. Say like clouded leopard. Clouded leopard is not found in mainland India, and the Tiger Reserve is having the highest ecological density of clouded leopard as far as we can understand, 5.14 numbers per 100 square kilometers. This is highest as far as any paper we can discuss, we can see. So with this, Mizoram, and lastly we had marble cat and leopard cat. Out of this standard 3, leopard cat is available in throughout India, but marble cat and golden cat will not be available beyond Northeast India. And in Mizoram, we still can say that instead of standard 3, we still can say that standard 4. Standard 4 will include clouded leopard, marble cat, golden cat, and leopard cat. So as and when you can see my slide, you will see a very interesting picture in my slide. So with this, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity in the this forum, and the opportunity to expose the wildlife of Mizoram to mainland India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Janting, for providing me very important informations. Unfortunately, due to interruption in electricity, we could not display our slides. However,
सर नमस्कार सर
conclude your work.
सर नमस्कार
Okay, sir. Very good. I will request
excuse me, sir.
Chairperson of the session, Mr. Sharma, please conclude the talk out.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir, excuse me, sir.
I think somebody is asking some question. Before I conclude, can
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir, excuse me, sir.
Okay, sir.
Sir, excuse me, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sir, namaskar. I am Utkal. I have completed MSc Botany from Odisha. I have, sir, I have applied in Mizoram University in entomomedicinal research on medicinal plants for PhD program.
Okay.
Sir, I am really interested to work with you because as we know that this world is undergoing a pandemic crisis that is COVID-19. I want to study and discover new medicine which is extracted from plants, plants with the help of your blessing and knowledge and guidance. Sir.
So you are interested in working in Mizoram for medicinal plants?
Yes, sir. I have applied in PhD in botany at Mizoram University, Aizawl. I have waiting at the 29 serial number. Sir, I have interested to research. I want to discover a new medicinal plant, new medicine which is extracted from plants, which is useful for the COVID-19. As you
So
know, arsenic album is 30. Arsenic album 30. CH is used for the prevention, only the prevention of COVID-19.
Yeah, I'm not very much in the medicinal plant. Maybe there might be a very good avenue in Mizoram to find this COVID, as you are interested.
Yes, sir.
COVID medicine plants may be available, and in Mizoram, as you said, Mr. Chem, in Mizoram, this COVID is really, now we are the second most highest next to Kerala, I think. By population wise, Mizoram will be highly infected. So some people, what they used for COVID medicine is in local is.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Sir, can you,
Mr.
can you know your,
Listen,
sir, can I touch with you, sir, with your
You
Gmail?
can go and meet him there. What is it?
You personally meet to our
You can
eminent
go to
sir.
yes.
And if you have any problem and queries, you may personally ask to them. I may request to Honorable Chairperson of the session, please sum up the talk. Chairperson.
Okay,
Sir,
thank
please,
you.
sir,
Thank you, Mr.
Sir, please
Thank you, Mr.
message me, sir. Sir, please message me, sir, in a chat box, sir, please. Sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jatang, and thank you, Mr. Chem. Thank you, Mr. Jatang.
Thank
It was
you.
a wonderful presentation. I mean, it's new to me also about learning about Mizoram, even though we could not see a whole presentation, but it was nice to hear. See, Northeast is always having lots of endemism, whether in terms of vegetation or in terms of animal. You talked about Willow gibbon, speckled monkey. You talked about clouded leopard. I mean, that was a surprise to me. I mean, the highest density in more than 5 per 100 square kilometer is really a surprise. High density of clouded
In
leopard
fact,
we are having. Yeah.
Density of clouded leopard is 5.14 in Dampa Tiger Reserve, and the next highest is 4.73 in Manas Tiger Reserve. And in Southeast Asia, the recorded was 3.46 in Southeast.
Yeah.
So, so far in our understanding, Dampa Tiger Reserve is having the highest density of clouded leopard so far.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful, and that's why I was really first time I could know that the Mizoram is having the highest density of clouded leopard. Even though a smaller state compared to what we are having in rest of the mainland, as you say, in terms of population, in terms of area, but I think in terms of the biodiversity, the state of Mizoram is having very high. Can be rated at very high index. So again, congratulations to you for presenting before us the biodiversity of Mizoram, especially about the protected areas. I wish you all the best and thank you.
Thank you.
Lucky to see.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Over to Dr. R.P. Joshi, co-chairperson of the session. Please.
लाइट आ गई तिवारी लाइट आ गई
नहीं सर नहीं आई
अरे से आप लोग इंतजाम करें जनरेटर वगैरह है ना जनरेटर
हो रहा है
सर प्लीज शेयर योर Gmail sir.
Okay, over to Dr. R.P. Joshi. Dr. Joshi is in link or not? Dr. Joshi. Okay, sir. Thank you very much for a nice presentation. And thanks to Mr. Sharma for presiding over the session. And the speaker of our next session is Mr. Selbam. Mr. Selbam IFS. Mr. Selbam is our next speaker. Okay, sir. Mr. Selbam, IFS, Deputy Conservator of Forest, Rajamundry, Andhra Pradesh. And the session will be chaired by Sri R.N. Meena, IFS, Field Director, Sariska Tiger Reserve of Rajasthan. Mr. Meena. Okay, Mr. Meena. And co-chairperson of the session is Neelu Sood. Dr. Neelu Sood, Kurukshetra University. I request to chairperson of the session, Mr. Meena, please submit a brief biodata of our speaker and preside over the session. Mr. Meena.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, R.N. Meena, as introduced by my predecessor. Sir, it's a very good and technical session, in fact. And before I speak something, I am thankful to all Reva University officials, as well as all participants, as well as the eminent speakers also. Now we will interact with Mr. Selbam, who is the officer of 2012 batch, and specialization is agroforestry. And he has been trained from the Indira Gandhi National Forest Academy, Dehradun, in 2012-14. Currently, he is working as District Forest Officer, Visakhapatnam, and he has been worked as Deputy Director Nagarjun 2015. Important thing that Mr. Selbam, he has been achieved an honor from the Chief Minister of the Andhra Pradesh. I hope so. He is a very technical officer and from and we will be in a position to learn something from your side. Please, over to Mr. Selbam.
Thank you, sir. Hope my voice is audible.
Okay, sir. Your voice is audible.
Yeah, I'm sharing my presentation. Kindly confirm this presentation is visible.
Okay.
Okay, is it visible? Right. Thank you. Great. First of all, thank you, Meena sir, for the wonderful introduction. I also thank Professor Skand Kumar Mishra Garu for giving me this opportunity. And in fact, almost last 1 month is constantly pursuing. So it is my privilege to present this topic before the August gathering. I am posted in Andhra Pradesh. So I would like to take you through some of the important ecosystem in Andhra Pradesh, because Andhra Pradesh is having various topography features. We have, the entire Andhra Pradesh encompasses the Eastern Ghats portion, and we have wetlands, we have coastal regions, and we have a number of different habitat which harbors many varieties of animals and other species. So with this, my slides are moving now. Are you able to see the second slide? I'll go. When somebody can confirm, then I will proceed.
Selbam, your slides are not visible.
Slides are not open.
Not open actually.
Dr. Ansari, someone from audience is the slide visible?
Open your slides and
the slide is visible? Whether the slides are visible?
No, slides are not seen.
Anyone is able to see? Because
you open the PPT. Open the PowerPoint.
No, slide is not open, Mr. Selbam.
Achha, sir. Just a minute, sir.
Yeah.
Open the PPT.
Yeah, sir. I have already shared my presentation, but anybody in the group are able to see?
It's not seen. Not seen.
Not seen.
No, it is not there.
I'll just
Selvam,
try once again, sir.
First to open the slide and then minimize.
Yes, sir.
Then you go for the bottom. There is a point. Present now. There is arrow mark.
Now.
Then you open it. Then the center there will be a window.
Yes, sir.
You click the window. You can see your presentation. Then you again click on that.
Third one. Present now.
Yeah, present now. I'm sharing your entire screen.
Yeah.
We can't see that. No, I think Selvam, have you present now? There will be the center. Among that, there will be center. One window will be there. You click that window.
Sir.
You can see first your slide. Then click again.
Yes. Just a minute. Yeah.
Oh,
I think. Yeah, it's visible now, sir?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Yes, it is visible.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Now it is appearing on the screen.
Right.
Focus.
Thank you. So this is the map of Andhra Pradesh.
Yeah, now it is correct. Please go ahead.
Right. So this is the map of Andhra Pradesh. I think this is after bifurcation in the year 2014.
Right.
Yeah, in the year 2014. So Andhra Pradesh state was bifurcated into Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. And this is the map of Andhra Pradesh, where you can see the different forest types. The major forest type in Andhra Pradesh is mostly dry deciduous. And we also have a patch of moist deciduous and dry evergreen patch is also there in few places in Andhra Pradesh. We also have a very long coastline, that is 974 kilometer length of coastline in Andhra Pradesh, which is second longest in India after Gujarat. And very two important rivers drains into Bay of Bengal, that is Godavari and Krishna in the East Godavari and Krishna district in Andhra Pradesh. We have a very important mangrove patch in Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary as well as Krishna Wildlife Sanctuary. We also have grassland in Kurnool district. We have one sanctuary there, that is Vellapadu Wildlife Sanctuary, which is known for conservation of GIB. And we also have a freshwater lake, largest freshwater lake in India, that is Kolleru Lake, which is roughly 900 square kilometer of area, where 300 square kilometer area have been declared as sanctuary, where 30% of grey pelican breeding population is you can find in Kolleru Wildlife Sanctuary. So we also have second largest lagoon in the South Asia, that is Pulikat Lake, sharing area with Tamil Nadu. Around 600 square kilometers of area in the lagoon is part of Andhra Pradesh. So if you see from the map, the Nallamalai hill ranges is in the middle. That is where the Nagarjuna Sagar Srisalam Tiger Reserve is there. And we have Papikonda hill ranges in the northern portions, where we have a national park sharing border with the area sharing border with Telangana as well as Orissa there. And we also have Seshachalam hill ranges in the southern portion, where most of you are aware that Tirupati temple is there. That portion is the Seshachalam hill ranges. And it also harbors the important endemic species, that is red sanders, Pterocarpus santalinus. So with this, over 3,000 species of flowering plants, representing 16% of flowering plant species of India, it is available in Andhra Pradesh. And it's over home to 70 endemic vascular plants, including 41 tree species. The right side photograph is a red sander tree, that is Pterocarpus santalinus. The middle one is Shoria talura. We also have Shoria tambagea, but the Shoria robusta sal, the distribution is up to the central Indian landscape. But we have these two species in Andhra Pradesh in Seshachalam Biosphere Reserve. We also have Cycas bedomi and Cycas sesachalamensis, two endemic cycas species in Andhra Pradesh that is also found in the Seshachalam Biosphere Reserve. Coming to faunal diversity, like other southern Indian states, we also have all kind of animals here. Around 108 species of mammals, more than 500 species of birds, 780 species of fish, including 600 species of marine and estuarine fishes, and 23 species of amphibians, and 10 species of reptiles. So we have very good diversity of both floral as well as faunal diversity in Andhra Pradesh. What I have done is I have selected some important protected area representing a specific ecosystem. So I'll be presenting in the subsequent slide. So coming to the data, as per the World Database, in the globe, there are more than 239,000 terrestrial protected areas are there, which accounts for nearly 15% of Earth landmass, as well as more than 18,000 marine protected areas there, which accounts for 7.65% of the ocean area. This is global data. Coming to India, so it is presently 867, which accounts to approximately 5% of geographical area. In case of Andhra Pradesh, we are also close to 5% of geographical area of Andhra Pradesh in terms of protected area. We have 16 protected areas, 13 sanctuaries and 3 national parks. And in terms of forest area coverage, 1/5 of forest area is covered by the protected area network in Andhra Pradesh. The photograph in the right side is a Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary. It is a mangrove ecosystem. This map I have taken from MOI website. This is a protected area network distribution in India, and mostly Western Ghats, Western Himalayas as well as Northeastern India is having the major protected Nagarjuna Sagar Srisalam Tiger Reserve up to 4.58 square kilometer. That is a bird sanctuary. That's a freshwater tank. So we have 3 national parks to an area of 1,368 square kilometer. The largest one is Papikonda National Park, which is more than 1,000 square kilometer, which currently I am managing in Rajahmundry. And the smallest Rajiv Gandhi National Park, that is in Kadapa district, which is 2.30 square kilometer. We also have one elephant reserve that is known as Royal Elephant Reserves, 766 square kilometer of area. It also comprises one sanctuary that is known as Kaundinya Wildlife Sanctuary, which is sharing border with Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. The sanctuary is situated in Chittoor district of Andhra Pradesh in the southern portion, this portion. So where we can see the elephant population of around roughly presently 60 elephants are there, which moves between Tamil Nadu, Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh in this area. I will come to the tiger reserve in the subsequent slides. We also have 2 zoological parks in Andhra Pradesh. One is situated in Visakhapatnam, another one is situated in Tirupati for executive conservation purposes. So coming to the tiger reserve, it is India's largest tiger reserve in terms of area. If you see the area, it is 3,727 square kilometer, which is roughly equal to 3 tiger reserve. So right now the number is 63, minimum number currently. As per the last phase 4 monitoring protocol, 63 number is there. The IIFM Bhopal also conducted the economic valuation of tiger reserve, so which shows tangible benefits of 76 crore per year from this landscape and intangible benefits of roughly 66,254 crore per year. That is the quantum of economic valuation is coming out of this particular landscape. And they also say 1 rupee spent yields benefit of rupees 7,488. That is highest in the country. But we have tiger number is very less compared to the landscape area. But the population is increasing. We have more than 20 breeding population of tigers is there. So the density in the last 10 years increased from 1.2 to 1.8. There is a great scope. It can go up to 4 to 5 easily. So we are hoping in next in a decade time we will be crossing 100-150 tigers in this particular landscape. So this tiger reserve encompasses 2 sanctuaries. One is Rajiv Gandhi and another one is Gundalam Parameshwaram Wildlife Sanctuary. The second sanctuary, the entire 119 per square kilometer of area is completely devoid of any habitation. So the entire area have been declared as a core area. So these 2 sanctuaries comprises the tiger reserve. The forest types are dry and moist deciduous forest types are there. If you see the map, actually the top northern portion is where the Krishna river you can see. The Srisalam, if some of you might be aware that there is a temple, one of the Jyotirlingam of Shiva is there in the Srisalam. So that is the border of Telangana also. So earlier, actually the entire tiger reserve earlier area was around more than 6,400 square kilometer of area. After bifurcation, the portion on the other side of the river went to Telangana, which they have declared as Amarabad Tiger Reserve. And the southern portion has come to Andhra Pradesh, which is still holding the name of NSTR. Presently, 2 divisions are there. And the right side map showing the corridors between Nalamalai Hills and the Seshachalam Hills. Nalamalai Hills in the northern portion, where the currently sanctuary is there. And the red color portions are indicated here as a proposed corridor area for the tigers, because it is very, very important. These two landscapes put together, we have more than 10,000 square kilometer of area in the Andhra Pradesh, which will be very, very helpful for the future conservation of tiger in India. So there are some patches in the Kadapa district as well as Prakasham district where some connectivity is required. That is where we are working on. And recently there are evidences tiger has moved from NSTR to Sri Lankamaleshwara Wildlife Sanctuary in Kadapa, as well as after 35 years, recently one tiger was captured, photographed in Tirupati, Seshachalam area also. So which is a good sign. Population is breeding and it has started moving already. Coming to the another important wildlife sanctuary, that is Sri Lankamaleshwara Wildlife Sanctuary, which is around 464 square kilometer of area in the district of Kadapa, that is the Rayalaseema region. So where that is the only home range for Jordan cursor. It is a very small ground bird. It was first discovered in the year 1848. But they thought it was extinct, but it was rediscovered in the year 1986. I think this particular image was took in the year 1986. After that, there is a continuous study by the Forest Department as well as by the BNHS. But so far, we could not cite this particular bird species, but we think that still this species can survive there. So the particular species, this sanctuary was declared, and it also harbors other important wildlife there. This slide talks about Sri Venkateshwara National Park. It is in the Seshachalam Biosphere Reserve, part of Seshachalam Biosphere Reserve in the Tirupati region of Andhra Pradesh. As a very rugged hill ranges where you can find the red sanders distribution, natural distribution there in that area. Roughly, we have 15 lakh hectares of area under red sanders. There is one more sanctuary also, Venkateshwara Wildlife Sanctuary, which is roughly 450 square kilometer. There is one national park also there. That area landscape has been declared as a biosphere reserve also. Very, very important landscape as far as Eastern Ghats is concerned. And in case of endemism, the initial slide which I showed, the Shoria species or red sander or cycas, all found in this region. Little bit of information about the red sander, because this is a peculiar problem we are facing in Andhra Pradesh. Smuggling is very, very rampant here, and the traditional woodcutters from the northern Tamil Nadu in the Chitteri hills, where they involved in sandalwood smuggling. Subsequently, the sandalwood distribution has completely over in Tamil Nadu, and then those people now moved to Andhra Pradesh and started doing this, cutting of red sanders. And day in, day out, so many seizures cases have been registered. More than 10,000 vehicles have been seized. And then, including Andhra Pradesh Forest Act have been amended with more punishment. Even then, this issue is very rampant here. In fact, a few of the forest staff also have been brutally killed by the smugglers. And the portion which you are seeing in the southern portion, the red color region, is the distribution of red sanders natural distribution, encompassing the 5 districts of Andhra Pradesh. The major found in Chittoor and Kadapa district. Of course, Nellore and Prakasham also harbors this particular species. As far as usage is concerned, at the national level, the demand is very, very less, but international level, the demand is very high. They say the costly furnitures are made from this particular species. People from China, Japan, they mainly like this deep red in color. And they also say it has been used in various other like musical instruments, because the kind of illegal transportation happening, it is moving log form, it is moving sand form, it is moving in powder form, it is moving in chip form. So many form it is moving out of India. So there may be so many other usage for this particular species. They say international market, it is easily cost more than 60 to 80 lakhs per ton. That is the value presently they are quoting, illegal market value. Otherwise, Andhra Pradesh got permission from Government of India as well as sites clearance to sell around 8,500 metric tons of seized red sandalwood in Andhra Pradesh. I think 2 actions have been already made. More than 2,000 crore revenue have been obtained from this particular sale of seized red sandalwood in Andhra Pradesh. Coming to the another important area in terms of protection of elephants, because in Andhra Pradesh only we found elephant in the southern region and the northernmost region, that is Srikakulam and Vijayanagaram district, where the elephants moves from Orissa to Andhra Pradesh. I think currently 2 herds are moving, but in the southern side actually from Tamil Nadu as well as Karnataka area, the elephants keep moving. That is a very, very fragile landscape. And this is already declared as a Royal Elephant Reserve in the year 2003, encompassing 766 square kilometer of area. There is a Kaundinya Wildlife Sanctuary is part of it, which is around 360 square kilometer. The entire Rayalaseema region, there used to be earlier, it is used to be elephant region, but subsequently vanished. And after 1984, the elephants started moving to this region, and we are taking all the measures to protect the gigantic species in Andhra Pradesh. Coming to the another beautiful landscape in Andhra Pradesh, that is grassland. We have it in southern western part of Andhra Pradesh, which is in Kurnool and Anantapur district. And this Gollapadu Wildlife Sanctuary, which is around 9 square kilometer of area, very, very small area. And we also, earlier it used to be only around 4.5 or something. Subsequently, under CA, that is compulsory authorization, we have taken another 3 square kilometer of area. This particular grassland have been protected for Great Indian Bustard. I think the major distribution of JAB is in Rajasthan Desert National Park. And roughly the population in India is less than 300 only right now. And in case of Andhra Pradesh, every year we have the visitors hardly 2. I think when I was there in Tiger Reserve, distribute also have some distribution. But the southernmost distribution, that is in Andhra Pradesh, and we are trying to protect this habitat for the species. But in case of earlier, they have tried around in 97, 96, there used to be more than 20 numbers per year visits, but subsequently it got drastically reduced. They tried incubation and all, could not succeed. But right now we are protecting this area. And we also have the left-hand side, that is the lesser florican species, that is also found in Gollapadu Wildlife Sanctuary. Coming to another important landscape, that is Kambalkonda Wildlife Sanctuary. This is city-based sanctuary that is in Visakhapatnam. I think some of you might have already visited Visakhapatnam. It is just in front of Vizag Zoo. It harbors the very, very important, very fragile habitat, that is dry evergreen forest type, which you can only found in Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. Guindy National Park, it is there. And then the Visakhapatnam, this particular forest type is there, where you can find the species of like Diospherus, Strychnus, and then Manilkar, etc. It's very, very important area because in terms of protection, it is land value is very high there, and Forest Department is taking all the measures to protect this particular sanctuary. We also find wildlife there. Wild dogs you can see here. All other herbivores are found there. And I think you can see in the right side pictures the RF reserve forest area ending close to the seashore. So this is a very, very peculiar landscape. Luckily, it has been declared and it is acting as a green lens for the city of Visakhapatnam. Coming to the wetland habitats, we have 3 sanctuaries. I told you, one is Koleru, that is a freshwater lake in West Godavari and Krishna district. Presently, I am holding additional search, so I am looking after that sanctuary, where you can find the grey pelicans. Every year, close to 20,000 species birds of grey pelicans found there. So, in case of protection, we have all the protection measures, including we have placed this artificial perching stand for to facilitate their breeding those areas. Then the Nelapattu Wildlife Sanctuary, which is in Nellore district of Andhra Pradesh, it's a very small area. It's a freshwater tank. There's a very good population of butterbirds you can find there. And the Pulikkad Wildlife Sanctuary, it is in the district of Nellore and sharing border with Tamil Nadu. Good amount of flamingos visits every year. I think they conduct every year the Pelican Festival, Flamingos Festival also there, and it's a very good habitat for all other water birds. Coming to the mangroves, this is the Godavari Basin mangroves, which has been declared as Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary. The area is around 235 square kilometer of area. Very important habitat in terms of very peculiar biodiversity, in terms of fishery wealth, in terms of protecting against severe cyclonic event, etc. Luckily, again, this is in the city of Kakinada. A lot of pressure from the port area, but still government of Andhra Pradesh able to declare this area. I think I am presently managing this sanctuary also. We have very good population of fishing cat, smooth-coated otter. We are also running tourism there. Currently, Wildlife Institute of India, we have entered into MOU to conduct a study of fishing cat. That is the first of its kind in India for the next 3 years. I think the study will start from this year under CSR funding. Vedanta Limited, they are funding around 70 lakhs for the project, and it is going to be initiated in this year. Next important area is the Krishna mangroves, that is in the Krishna River basin drainage, where the similar type of mangrove ecosystem you can find here. Presently, I am also holding charge, so I am managing this area also. Both the sanctuaries, you can find the 3 species of Abyssinia, that is Abyssinia alba, marina, and Abyssinia abyssinalis. So these 3 species found in these 2 habitats. This area is around 194 square kilometer of area. So in Andhra Pradesh, actually, in terms of mangrove coverage, we are 4th in the country after West Bengal, Gujarat, and Orissa. And I think the protected area declaration is a very important step, and we are managing this area successfully. I just showed the different habitats. Some of the sanctuaries I have not put here, but the similar habitats are there. So I have taken only few important habitats, and the variety you have already seen in the previous slides. In terms of activities, I think this is common to all the protected areas in the country: wildlife monitoring, protection, habitat improvement, human-animal conflict mitigation, fire management, ecotourism, research activities, awareness creation. So it is common to all the protected areas in the country. We are also doing the same. So just wanted to show some specific activities in terms of habitat improvement. We are taking up restoration of mangroves in both Koringa as well as Krishna wildlife sanctuaries. This is the technique adopted from MSSR Foundation, Chennai. Since 96 onwards, we are doing mangrove restoration works in this landscape. This is known as fishbone canal technique. I think so far put together in the last 15 years, we have restored around 5,000 hectares of mangroves. That is very huge, and this particular work is very difficult. And it is not like other plantation which we generally do in the other area. It requires a lot of planning and execution. So that is the center canal is known as the main canal, and then 45-degree angle we have to take the feeder channels to allow the water to come in to move entire area, so that the salinity will get reduced, and then subsequently our plantation will get success. Some of the photographs, and then along both the sides of the feeder channel, we used to dibble the already germinated seeds collected from the area. You can see the photographs, and this is the drone shot where the backside is already, this portion is already restored a few years back, and now we are now treating this area, and this will be like in the initial year, and this is how it looks after 3 years. So very beautifully the work has been done by my predecessor, and slowly the area is all. I just wanted to show this particular work. In terms of wildlife monitoring, the slides are borrowed from NSTR. We also do camera trapping in other protected area also, but majority of camera trapping works done in NSTR area. Otherwise, regular monitoring protocols will be followed in all the protected areas. Some of the slides showing tiger with cubs, that shows the breeding potential is very good in this landscape. Patrolling, again the same setup. We also have boat patrolling wherever the rivers cutting across the protected areas. And then this is how our base camp setup looks like. The structure is the semi-permanent structure. And then it has been distributed deep inside the jungles, both in the Seshachalam and Nalamala hill ranges, where the local tribes used to be staying there continuously. 4 to 5 members per camp they stay, and then they regularly check the poaching activities, protection-related work, and then collection of animal evidences, etc. Checkpost, both the entry and the exit point of all the protected area having checkpost to monitor the vehicular traffic. And then comes to water management, it is very, very important in terms of providing very good habitat for wildlife. Both natural water holes as well as artificial water holes they have to maintain. In the summer will be very harsh in Andhra Pradesh. Summertime we used to maintain the artificial water hole. Animals happily use this particular area, which will also act a deterrence from the animal to enter into the fringe villages. So that is very, very important. Construction of check dam, percolation tanks, and CCTs are all part of the water management strategy. And this particular type of water management is solar powered water borewells, has been already done in NSTR with the help of WWF, where solar motor pumps are placed, and then 24/7 water will be pumped, and sometime it is stored in the top which we can use for other purposes also. Close to that, we will put a sprinkler, and we'll develop the fodder plots there so that the animal will use this area for both foraging as well as drinking purposes. Some of the images, animals are using water holes, artificial water holes. Then coming to fire management, it is another important activity in the wildlife area. With the help of FSI, I think all the states are getting regular alerts, and then with the help of both the staff, base camp watchers, as well as in the fire season, for the 5 months we employ temporary fire watchers. They have been provided with the necessary equipments, and then the management of fire is taken care. This is the fire lines maintained every year in the different protected areas, and the top one is actually in the Rollapad Wildlife Sanctuary, and I think these images are from Tiger Reserve. So this is the management practices followed in India as well as in Andhra Pradesh. In recent time, we started giving fire blowers also to improve their infrastructure. Coming to animal conflict mitigation, we have very good setup. Rescue team we have, and then equipped with all the necessary equipments, and animal rescue vans are there. Trained veterinarians are there, so their services are utilized for in case of any rescue operations. I'll briefly share my experience when I worked in NSTR, and this is one of the rescue operation of sloth bear. Actually, this particular sloth bear traveled more than 405 kilometers from the forest area, entered into one particular village. In the process, it injured around 4 or 5 people, and entered into this particular house. So the person actually, immediately locked the house and informed the forest department. So we went with the team and rescue material, but the mob gathered there because the people have been already injured, and then they were not allowing us to carry out the operation. So we took the help of police people. They controlled the mob, and then we just placed the. You can see the cage here in front of the house, and we have rescued without any injury to the animal, and then we safely release it into the natural habitat. That is the one thing. And coming to, I have actually done 2 tiger rescue operations during my tenure, and this is one of the tiger rescue operation. These 2 tiger cubs actually abandoned by the mother. This particular photograph was taken in the month of May. Then subsequently, I think in the month of October, these 2 tiger cubs came out, and the agriculture communities, those who are doing operation, they have spotted tigers in the this is the red gram field. Then we went. It was like 3 days operation. We set up a camera trap. We could get the images, and then we could identify these individuals are from these particular locations. So we planned our operation very well, but actually we exactly don't know when the mother abandoned the cubs, and one cub was very weak. Then and subsequent day in the morning, one died actually naturally, and one we could rescue. And I think you can see here we employed 3 JCPs, 3 teams are there doing this operation with the help of all the local staff and veterinarians here. And we also use drones and all. We have a dog squad there. Very successfully this has been done, and this particular animal was sent to further treatment to Tirupati Zoo. Just 2 experience I've shared. Coming to ecotourism, almost all the protected areas in Andhra Pradesh having ecotourism and the same setup, semi-permanent structure, and kind of adventure activities and trekking, nature camping, etc. The right side poster, you can see there are 26 destinations in Andhra Pradesh, mostly in protected area, getting more than 250 people directly employed, and roughly 5 lakhs visitors per year. 15 crore revenue per year is generated from this ecotourism activities, and tribals are directly benefited. This one particular ecotourism I have developed when I was a DFO in NSTR, for which I got the award from the Honorable Chief Minister that time. So presently it is successfully running. In fact, actually after bifurcation, the initial area of ecotourism went to Telangana. So we left with no spot. So subsequently it was developed there. Similarly, in all the protected areas, these similar kind of ecotourism activities are there. Some of the photographs, this is how most of our ecotourism spots look like. We have another important activity, publicity awareness is very, very important in terms of gaining support from the public. Very good interpretation centers are there throughout Andhra Pradesh, and a lot of school children, college students for research purposes and tourists regularly visit these areas and getting awareness. Of course, we actually go into the villages, publicity vans are there, regularly meet people and creating awareness about wildlife conservation. Medical camps are there. All those things, it's common to everywhere. I think up to that is the protected areas, the activities, ongoing activities in Andhra Pradesh. And 2 important topics I just added here. One is olive ridley turtle conservation. Another one is whale shark conservation. Because we also do olive ridley conservation here, we have a second longest coast, 974 kilometer long, I said. And we have very sporadic nesting of olive ridley turtle here. After Orissa is having, I think, mass nesting. We have sporadic nesting. 5 coastal districts of Andhra Pradesh support this olive ridley turtle nesting. When I was DFO Visakhapatnam, I think these pictures are from Visakhapatnam. The left side picture is our earlier DG Forest, Sri Siddhanta sir. When he visited Visakhapatnam, I think he visited one of the facility there. So this happens from December onwards for a period of 5 months. So turtle comes and lay eggs on the beach side, and we establish these camps set up. So we employ turtle watchers for the 5 months. So they regularly go early morning, they collect the eggs, because otherwise the natural predators are there, they'll damage the eggs. So we collect and we put it in this facility. So it takes 60 days to hatch, and then after hatching, we immediately release it into the sea. So they say 1 in 1,000 will reach the adult stage. That is very, very less, but still we are putting our efforts to conserve this species. This particular project is funded by NTPC under CSR. So we got 5 crore funding. So far in the last 10 years, more than 25 lakhs hatchlings have been released into the sea. It's one of the successful program currently we are running. Coming to whale shark also found in Andhra Pradesh coast, mainly in 2 places. In the right side, you can see the 2 red spots, that is Kakinada coast and Machilipatnam coast, where the records of whale shark landings are there. So if you see the data collected from Wildlife Trust of India in 2013, there were 12 landing, 14, 46, 15 is 21. Subsequently got reduced, but those are the years where maximum landing happened. Sometime accidentally caught and sold by the fishermen. All those things were happening those days. And subsequently, under UNDP project, mass awareness campaign have been organized. More than 40,000 people have been given awareness for the conservation of whale shark, and some of the meetings, workshop, all those things are conducted. And in fact, this is one peculiar case where a fisherman accidentally caught and it was released, and then the damage compensation have been paid by the forest department. So I think these are all conservation efforts by the Forest Department of Andhra Pradesh. I think I am done with my presentation. Of course, this particular image we have got trapped in camera in 2018 in the safari tracks which we developed in an ecotourism area one hot summer. So happily enjoying the artificial waterfall there. So with this, I would like to thank all the participants. Is there any question? I am happy to answer. Thank you.
Yes, from the audience side, is there any queries? Is there any queries from audience side? It's okay now?
In fact, it's a very good presentation, a comprehensive presentation covering all the wildlife sanctuaries and national parks in Andhra Pradesh. And one thing that Andhra Pradesh has been so successful in the sense, lot of projects we have got so far got converted into programs because they did not stop at project level, and there is continuity from World Bank project. For example, for mangroves, from the World Bank project and through MSSRF Canadian support, and then UNDP Jeff mainstreaming project, now GCF project, it is going on. It is not that we need money for managing our resources, but the technical capacity and the within and outside the country we receive has helped our forestry department in Andhra Pradesh to scale greater heights. And it is time to learn from the forestry department of Andhra Pradesh for other states, wherein the joint forest management program, both VSS, that is Forest Conservation Councils, and Eco Development Committees, where there is very good coordination between among local people, forest department, non-governmental organizations, both national and international, and the research and the educational institutions. A combined effort has produced all the dividends which we have been looking for more than 30 years. Because I have been with the forestry department since '84. I started in Nallamalai, and what is now, including Andhra Pradesh and other states, have to do is mainstreaming biodiversity conservation into industrial sectors, which we have worked in Koringa Wildlife Sanctuary with in Godavari mangroves with 7 industrial sectors. We have Kampa funds and apart from that, the CSR funds we have to use. And for managing wildlife sanctuaries and national parks, we should have National Trust Fund, because there is a need for sustainability in managing the resources. Sustainability is the one, financial sustainability is the major one which we need, because as it goes, we need to have funds. As my Guru Prof. Swaminathan always says, conservation without money is mere conversation. So we need money, and we have to have National Trust Fund and state management plans, and that for territorial we have the working plans. We need money. We have funding, which we have been fortunate to have so far, but I don't know. Mr. Sil is very great, and other states can learn. After a long time, and my senior Pandurangan. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir, for the valuable information. You have really given a very nice presentation. Sir, yes, I think Rajkumar sir has got some queries. Yes, sir, please go ahead.
Hello. Very fine cross-section of the quantifiable account of the conservation activities going on in Andhra Pradesh, which can be taken as a model for all the states. Actually, it is very at present.
Yeah. you're asking any? Pardon me one more time, please.
Red sardines, is there any official export of red sardines?
Yes, yes. Actually, yeah, red sander export have been banned. Actually, it has been listed in the sites, so it is completely banned.
Right,
So
yes,
for
yes.
any export of red sanders, which requires sites clearance as well as MOF clearance, DGFT clearance.
It's not at present.
Yeah.
It is not there.
Then only you can export. So they given permission to Andhra Pradesh to sell 8,000 metric tons, only that much, because so much of goods have been already seized lying in the depots of Andhra Pradesh Forest Department. You can also find in different states. Tamil Nadu also has, Karnataka has, even Madhya Pradesh, Himachal Pradesh, in almost all the states there will be some quantity of material available.
There was a news that was used in these nuclear stations to eradicate the radiation. There was a news. This sardines panel is used for nuclear stations. So that is what I was asking.
I think I will ask you. What about Cycus beddomi?
Yes, sir.
Cycus beddomi population, yes.
Yes, there are some studies are there. There's a distribution range and all. In
Yes.
terms of their conservation, I think not much directly. Otherwise, the entire protection of the area will automatically conserve this particular species.
And
There is a research lab in Tirupati which currently doing research on cycas and all. Otherwise, the distribution is good. Seshachalam, it is confined only to the Seshachalam hill ranges in the Tirupati and Kadapa region. The distribution is good, but in terms of study, it is very less. So far, not much study have been conducted regarding cycas. Artificial propagation is not that much successful. So currently, only protection, giving protection from fire and all those things are good.
I think the Deccan Circle of Botanical Survey of India, located in Hyderabad,
Yes.
I think they should do some population studies, which is highly required. As far as other keystone species are concerned, there is a good increase. For example, mangroves, if we see the Forest Survey of India report, there is very good extensive increase in both Krishna and Godavari areas, and animal species like smooth-coated otter. If you take from 1986 to today, the population has increased very much. Fishing cat has increased, and the turtle landings have also increased. So there is very good amount of increase in the populations of many species. That is because of the good conservation efforts that have taken place. But for plant species, we have to do some population studies like Cycas beddomi. And recently we also came across these Cycas species, other species also in Visakhapatnam and other areas. So we have to join actually now other institutions also, which we have some challenges, but we have to overcome and do that. That's a good thing we have to do.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Is there any other queries? I think there is no other queries. Once again, yeah.
Yeah.
Name?
Selvam. Yeah. So, I'm Neelu Sood from Kurukshetra University. Actually, it's rare that we get a chance to learn so much wildlife sanctuaries or sorry. But the mangrove improvement which you had shown is really promising, because when we students, then most of the time we saying that this is a loss occurring and we are helpless. But definitely you have shown us a hope. We can tell our students that this fishtail method which you showed, and along with the improvement data, that is really commendable. So my suggestion is that with all the field knowledge which many of the experts they have shared with us, sorry, can we prepare some roadmap to enrich the students who are sitting east or west in the country, so that some inputs to solve the problems from various they can be poured together. For example, the drone monitoring which you were talking about, this is also very canopy cover of forest area. But most of the institutes, they are lacking that facility or so. We should have some very concrete, ultimately the benefit linkage program. One institute another, and this linkage and bond should be very strong. But I'm really impressed with the kind of efforts which Mr. Selvam he has done, and his commitment, and he is doing multitasking. Sometimes caring the bird sanctuaries, and moving on to another area. So this is really appreciable. So for a wonderful talk, and I think the organizers, they can take lead in finding out some more practical outcome. Of course,
Thank you, ma'am. I think
knowledge enrichment is immense. We are given a lot of exposure by that. So this is one area which we can look into and plan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your suggestions are well taken, and I think already some of the documentations are available at PA level. We have websites having all those information. I think Ravi Shankar Garu is with Forest Department of Andhra Pradesh for more than, I think, 30 years or so. He has done a wonderful documentation in Igri region that is already available, and we'll be very happy to share if somebody approaches. We'll be happy to share. And any universities are willing to conduct any kind of study in Andhra Pradesh, we can definitely facilitate in the protected areas, because it only requires the Chief Wildlife Warden permission to conduct any study in protected areas. That we can always facilitate. We will be very happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. So I think in the last, this is the.
It is a small question, not a question. Rather, it is my
suggestion. Yeah. Please go ahead. Thank you, the chairperson Meena sir and co-chairperson Needu Sood ma'am. Now I request Mr. Meena to please conclude the session.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir, everyone.
Selvam, I have one little experience to share. When I was a small kid,
Network. I think your connectivity is not proper, madam. We are not able to hear you properly.
It's not clear.
And there is some connectivity problem. Yeah, we are not getting you properly, ma'am. You are not audible properly.
You are in travel, I think. So.
Am I audible now? Am I audible now?
Yeah. Now you are audible.
Hanji? Actually, I am driving also.
Thank
so
you.
That's sorry.
Thank you very much.
Selvam, I just wanted to share my very simple idea. When I was a small kid, maybe 8 to 10-year-old, a parrot was brought to our home. And what I wanted that this parrot to talk. I used to keep the mirror in front of the cage, and I used to talk, and that parrot learned to imitate very fast.
The parrot.
So you see, feeling that there is another parrot, and it started responding very early. So can you have some trials by putting some mirrors or so in the wildlife sanctuaries and behavior? So this was my submission, please. I don't know whether it is scientifically valid, but tried and tested. That's why I have shared. Maybe it is too kiddish. Thank you, Selvam.
Yeah. Thank you. Now I request Mr. Meena sir to please conclude the session, sum up the session.
Thank you very much, all of participants. I'm really thankful to Mr. Selvam. He has a gathered information. And such a wonderful presentation he has done. First of all, I would say this biodiversity concept and conservation aspects of this. I'm very glad to hear that after 12 batch officer having a great knowledge, and we can think about the future of that such type of states or such type of region. So really, I am thankful to Mr. Talvan. Equally important to Mr. Uh, in fact, I would like to say that Talvan is a asset for Andhra Pradesh. All seniors should take care about him.
Oh, this is a great saying, sir. Thank you very much.
Please, sir, I would like to.
Thank you very much once again, sir. Thank you very much.
Like one more important thing.
Hope to meet you there, sir, in Sariska. Thank you.
He is always additional charge with his regular duties.
Yes.
So the man who is serving in the government sector, it's a great thing. But parallelly, the person who is doing for society as well as the national interest. So I salute you, Mr. Salman, and keep it up. And I'm really thankful to this platform who has arranged all the platform. Then I hope tomorrow we'll meet by I think 2:20. We will meet again, and thank you all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So here is one important announcement. Our last speaker, Mr. Ajay Kumar Jha, he will give his presentation tomorrow at in the same time. And tomorrow's session will be proceeded by Dr. Ravi Shankar Thupali. Yeah, sir.
11:50.
11:50. Yeah, right.
Timing from 11 to
4:10.
4:10 to 4:50.
Nice to see you, Ale.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Selvam. It's a nice presentation.
Nice presentation, Selvam.
So today I think it was very brainstorming session. In the last, I want to give some concluding remark that you have really conveyed a very nice message in front of the foresters and forest managers, and we will really follow all the policies, the strategies, whatsoever you have suggested. Once again, from our side, for today's and for the nice presentation, once again, thanks to all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Pandurangan sir, Dr. Kupali sir, Dr. Anish sir, Dr. Selvam sir.
Thank you. It's a pleasure always.
Sir and Rajkumar sir, and co-chairperson Madam Neelu Sood, Madam, and all participants. Thank you, all of you. And tomorrow session start on 11:50. 11:50 joining time and starting time 12 noon. So all of you, thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thanks. Have a nice day.
Hello. Best of luck to everyone, right? Very good. अरे भाई बंद तो नहीं किया बेटा